Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rawan Shaban, and this morning I will be your host for the first couple of hours of the seminar. On behalf of the Linguistics and Translation Department in the College of Humanities and Sciences, Prince Sultan University, I welcome you all to the first seminar, Translation Teaching Methods Seminar. We will start our seminar with a welcome word from Dr. Dina Dhow. Dr. Dina, the floor is yours. Dr. Dina?
Yes, just a minute, please.
Go ahead.
All right. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Assalamu alaikum and greetings, everyone. I am Dina Dhow, the chair of the Linguistics and Translation Department. I am really happy to welcome you all to the first Translation Teaching Method Seminar that is organized by the Linguistics and Translation Department at the College of Humanities and Sciences, Prince Sultan University. At our department, we offer 3 programs. 1, a degree awarding program in translation. 2, a degree awarding program in applied linguistics. And 3, a non-degree awarding program in the English language that provides academic, technical, and research writing courses to all the colleges at Prince Sultan University. And the 3 programs providing quality education to our students comes as our top priority. With that, we acknowledge the importance of adopting the best curriculum design principles, the most effective teaching practices, and the latest educational technologies in our programs and in the classroom. This focus on quality education and adopting the best instructional methods in our programs constitute the motivation behind holding today's seminar, which I would describe as unique. Several symposia, forums, and seminars are held about translation theories, strategies, techniques, but rarely do we find a professional development event that targets how we teach translation. This is the gap that our seminar today addresses and which we hope to contribute to based on the expertise of our distinguished speakers today. This seminar will only be the beginning of an annual event that will be held at a larger scale in the future and that will provide a regular platform for translation professors to discuss the best practices of teaching translation and make recommendations to improve the quality of our translation training programs. Our seminar today consists of 3 themes. 1, translation curriculum design. 2, translation technologies. And 3, instructional performance and assessment. Our distinguished speakers contribute to these themes with several talks based on their valuable expertise. I highly encourage everyone to seize this excellent opportunity and reflect on their teaching practices, exchange ideas, and share their suggestions and recommendations. After all, we all share a common goal that is to provide quality translation training to our students. In this context, please allow me to thank the management of Prince Sultan University, particularly Dr. Ahmed Yamani, the president, and Dr. Heba Hushaim, the vice president for the Women Campus, and the management of the College of Humanities and Sciences, particularly our dean, Professor Mahmoud Al-Mahmoud, and our vice dean, Dr. Alia Mitchell, for their continued support and enormous efforts in holding this seminar. I also extend special thanks and appreciation to our distinguished speakers who are truly honored to have today. Dr. Asma Qunayer, Dr. Abdul Hameed Al-Anizi, Dr. Ali Manna, Dr. Burshan Mustafa, Dr. Nada Al-Mazrua, Dr. Noha Al-Awidi, and Ms. Tasneem Al-Ashar. I also extend my appreciation to today's moderators, my dear colleagues, Professor Hala Dalbani and Ms. Rawan Shaban. Finally, I hope that you benefit from today's seminar and make best use of this platform to enhance our teaching, our translation, educational practices. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, Dr. Dina, for your kind words. We will start now with our first theme, which is on curriculum design. And our first speaker for today is Dr. Abdul Hameed Al-Anizi. Dr. Abdul
Can
Hameed,
we please just ask Dr. Abdul Hameed to share screen first?
Yes, Dr. Abdul Hameed, kindly share your screen. Thank you. I can see your screen now. Dr. Abdul Hameed is an assistant professor in translation studies at the English Language Department, College of Arts in Jove University, and he is also the Dean of the College of Arts. Dr. Abdul Hameed has a PhD in translation from Leicester University and MA in translation and interpreting from Durham University and a BA in English Language and Translation from King Saud University. Dr. Abdul Hameed's main interests are in translator training, intercultural competence, and issues in translation. And his topic for today is development of translation curricula at undergraduate translation courses in Saudi universities, exploring students' needs and market demands. Dr. Abdul Hameed, you may begin your lecture, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rawan. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning to all of you. I would like to seize this opportunity actually to extend my thanks to the organizer of this seminar, Prince Sultan University, represented by the English Language Department in the Humanities School. You know, I genuinely need to admit that we are in a dire need actually to organize such seminars that would reflect on translator training. We are we are looking at an area which is nearly less than 35 years of old, the beginning of the studies and translator training in they started to emerge in the 90s. So we're looking at a very, very young area that really needs a lot of investigation and input. I would like to thank you all for attending today. Thanks to the participants as well, our colleagues, the speakers, the organizers of this event, and to the attendants today who spared their time on a weekend to join us and share with us their ideas and reflect upon all our discussions today. Okay, as for my topic, as you can see, it's the development of a translation curriculum. Let me just put this aside. All right. So it's a development of translation curricula at undergraduate translation courses in Saudi universities, exploring student needs and market demands. So in this study, I'm taking three programs at 3 universities with attention to the regional distribution of these universities. And I'm looking at how can these 3 translation programs can be developed in terms of exploring what the students need and fulfilling what the market would demand. Let's start with an overview of what I'm going to talk about. At the beginning, we will be looking, inshallah, at a curriculum development model to see how can we have a start off. What are these 2 steps, the student needs as well as the market demands? Where are they exactly situated when we want to develop a program? And then I'll be talking about the research topics of this title, and as well as the research aims, the aims that this project is seeking to achieve. Then I'll be, inshallah, talking about translation competence in general, which is, of course, the overriding aim that we all have in all the programs or all translation programs. And after that, I'll be talking about the case studies that the 3 case studies that I'm looking at. And inshallah, I will be talking about the research methods used in this research, and after that, how the data were collected and analyzed, and then we will be talking about the results. So let's just start with this model, this development model. This is a design and a development model for translation curriculum. So if I have an undergraduate program, for instance, as in our case, and I would like to do a development for this program, it needs to go through a pre-development stage in the first place. And before I start the real or the actual work in the program, I need to do a preliminary survey of what the student really needs, as well as what the market needs. As you can see here, we need to identify the market needs before we bring or introduce any amendments or modifications to the courses or the program specification in general, or the teaching practices there. So it is really important that we take a look at the market needs or market demands, and also, which of course, why do we care about the market? Because it goes without saying that we are highly concerned about the market. Our students who are enrolled in the program are going to be seeking opportunities to work in the market. So we need to align, of course, the aims of the program, the outcomes, the learning outcomes of the program with what's out there in the market. And also, we also need to take students into account, their needs, the students who are in the program or the students who will be admitted to the program. We need, of course, to look at the admission criteria that we have, and we need to align that. And what's interesting in the three programs that I'm looking at, they do not have the same admission criteria, and each one has a different admission criteria, and also that difference was reflected in the program itself in terms of the content of the program and what the program provides the students with. So these two stages, as we can see, the identification of market demands as well as student needs comes as a first step when we initiate the development, or even when we start from the scratch and designing a new program. As for the topic, as I said, it's going to be about exploring what the students need and what the market really demands with these ongoing advancements in the field of translation or in translation market, with the differences in the types of work, how people work nowadays. It's not, of course, as it was in the back in the days. Now we do have a lot of people working as translators or independent translators, as a freelancers, not necessarily under an umbrella of an agency or a body, whether that's in the private or in the government sector. As for the aims of the program, it aims to explore student needs and market demands, to explore translation market demands in Saudi Arabia in particular, to identify the fulfillment of the three programs to market demands and student needs, in which we can see how these three programs manage to fulfill the demands of the market that will be discussed, and also offering the procedures or the tools that these three programs can develop their curriculum based on that. Okay. As a start off, also, when we talk about program development, and of course, when we talk about a translation curriculum, our main aim would be, of course, to have the students reach to this high level of translation competence. So when we modify a course, when we add or suggest a reference in a new course, when we would like to introduce any amendments to the specification of this course, we need to think of the translation competence. And I would go quickly on the components of translation competence. And when we talk about translation competence in the curriculum, we need to fulfill the bilingual competence of the students, we need to ensure that the students are well competent, I would say, in both languages, in the first, in their target language as well as in their source language. To the extra linguistic competence, which is the general knowledge of the individual and the domain or specific knowledge in a particular area, especially when that individual wishing to be specialized in a certain field in translation. The bicultural and the encyclopedic knowledge, all these are considered to be extra linguistic competence, which is not necessarily within our linguistic competence. It goes beyond that. It has to do with enriching our, of course, knowledge of outside our main or our expertise in the field of linguistics or in translation. 3, knowledge about translation. We need to, of course, it is necessary for the students to be aware of how translation functions and the translation practices, the strategies, the methods, the types that are there. The instrumental competence, the tools that we can use and that would help us to translate, whether that the computer assisted tools or dictionaries or any other tools, the documents that would be beneficial to the translator or the student in this stage. The number 5 is the psychophysiological components. We're looking here at the cognitive components. We need also to take these into account when we design or develop the program, the memory, creativity, the analysis, the perception, the confidence. All these we need to think of when we develop our curriculum. And finally, number 6, which is the main competence here, which is the strategic competence, which is a procedural knowledge to guarantee the efficiency of the translation process and solve problems. This is where the students, when the translator grabbed the previous 5 competences, and here he would be a decision maker or taking decision whenever a problem or an issue when he or she translates pops up. The case studies that I have, 3 programs. The first one in King Saud University, the undergraduate English language program at the College of Languages and Translation in King Saud University. The second one is the undergraduate program at the College of Languages and Translation in Imam Mohammed bin Saud Islamic University. And the third one, the undergraduate English language program at the Humanities College at Iffat University. Just a quick look at how these programs differ in terms of their content when we look at the number of credit hours, as well as when we look at the number of modules and how long would the student need to spend in order they can complete the program. In the case of the one in King Saud University, it has a 160 credit hours, which equals 60 represented, of course, in 68 modules, and it takes 10 terms, in other words, 5 years for the students to complete the program. So this is the first program, which is the admission criteria, and as I said earlier, the admission criteria has influenced the length of the program, and we will talk about them in a bit. As for the one in Imam, it has 180 credit hours, 78 modules, 4 years, where the students need to spend 8 terms, which is the usual one when we look at the duration of the programs in the field of humanities or social sciences. The one in Iffat is quite similar to the one in Imam, but with less number of modules, with 46, as well as the same duration with 4 years. As for IFFET University, they do require the students to be admitted to the program to score at least 6 in IELTS, which gives the program a more concentration on the translation. So when you accept the student to the program, you're not going to put an effort in developing the language skills, whether in Arabic or English, as you require. You may need that in Arabic, but not necessarily in English, because you have students who manage to score 6 in IELTS, which of course reflect their proficiency, their high proficiency in English. In the case of Imam, they do have a requirement for the entry to the program, and that is in a test, in a placement test, or an entry test, where the students need to take this test. And if they manage to pass, they would be admitted to a 4-year program. If they fail to do so, they would need to take a whole 1-year intensive English, and that would make the program a 5 years. In the case of King Saud University, there are no language requirements. The students can be admitted to the program directly, and that led to the length of the program, where it starts in the first year with an intensive English. So we can say that the first year of King Saud University program is dedicated mainly to English language development. Okay, and that of course reflected the duration of the program. As for the methods that I used in this research, I combined both a qualitative as well as quantitative method. The quantitative methods, looking at the number of participants. We managed to have a student questionnaire surveys with 156 participants across the 3 programs. We also have an instructor's questionnaire survey where we had 34 instructors taking part in the survey, and also we had translators, 50 translators taking also part in the questionnaires designed for them. As for the qualitative data that were combined, I managed to analyze the content of the 3 study plans and the 3 programs along with their course specifications, and we had a comparison between these 3. And also I conducted interviews with decision makers, 9 decision makers. And when we say decision makers, those people who are empowered to introduce or to modify the curriculum in any aspect. So we had deans, vice deans, heads of departments, heads of quality units, heads of curriculum development committees inside the departments. So we had 9 participants from these 3 universities. As for the data, how were they analyzed? They were analyzed, as for the quantitative, they were analyzed using this statistical package software, the well-known software, the SPSS. As for the qualitative data, content analysis was conducted on the study plans and the course specifications, and the transcript or the script, sorry, for the interviews were analyzed, and of course, and the interview section, actually, I was keen to undertake interview or to conduct the interviews after I come up with the input, or after I analyze the data of student needs and market demands, because I wanted to sit with those decision makers, having the data presented and the market demands presented on the table, so we can have a fruitful discussion. through during the interview. I'll move on to the results. Of course, there are lots and lots of results, but here I briefed the main results in this project. As for the student needs, the first result that we reached to is that the students are not all the time, do not find it highly satisfying that they do have different, or they do have no clarity of the teaching approaches that are used by the teachers or by the instructors inside the classroom. So the teaching approach that is adopted by the instructors may not be consistent with their levels. And as you know, there are multiple teaching approaches out there in general, in all specialties, and including translation. So we have the as you can see, the task-based approach, the process-based approach, the product-based approach, or the project-based approach. These are all approaches in translation teaching, but they're not going to be suitable if we use them randomly. Of course, we need to have an agreement, and we need to have a distribution of these. Not all of them are suitable at all times. When, for example, if we look at the task-based approach, it is mainly useful to the students, especially in the early stages when they start to learn translation. I would give my students a simple task, and based on this task, I try to develop, or I try to help them to develop their translation skills. When we have the students move, when we see our students or their level develop to a higher level, then we can introduce, of course, another approach. And one suggested approach is the product. When we have a focus, main focus on a project, or the project, not a product, the product approach, where we concern about the project, the product, not the process of translation itself, which also has significant. When we focus on how the student translate, and when we highlight their process of translation, maybe our students have problems initiating the translation. Maybe they do not do a good reading of the text. They do not have a good understanding of the source text before they go to translate it. So we also need to focus on the process based approach at a certain stage, and the project-based approach is crucially significant to the students who are especially at their final stages in the program. So what is meant here is that in the program, and when we develop the program, we need to look at the teaching practices, which is, of course, in the title of our seminar. We need to go for the teaching practice that we find appropriate, considering the level of our students. The second result was about the clarity of assessment criteria for translation tasks. We had many students, and when we surveyed them, many of, and also for the content analysis, when we analyzed many of the course specifications, the assessment criteria, especially in practical translation modules, was not clear all the time. So it was not clear for the students when they undertake this course, when they do this task, how my instructor is going to assess my work. What do I need to focus on? And this is really important, that we need to have a crystal clear parameter and standards at the same time. And these must be clarify this to the students in order they can even strengthen the points of weaknesses that they have, or the deficiencies that they have in their work. And as you can see here, we have two columns. The parameter, when we look at the meaning, what is the standard of the meaning? Here is the equivalence of meaning, and the students will be assessed based on that. The word or the wording or the expressions, appropriate wording or expression would be a marking criteria. The level of appropriateness, the errors, there should be no errors. The consistency in the translation, it needs to be consistent. These are some of the examples, but there are, of course, more standards that we can introduce into the specifications of the curriculum, of the courses. The involvement of students in translation text selection. We've actually noticed that the students sometimes they're not taken or they're not being they're not motivated. The instructor would not motivate the student to engage and give them this opportunity to also select translation text. Of course, within the frame of the course, when we have a course in and let's say legal translation, the students sometimes need to be given a room so that they can do, or they can bring a text of their own, and they would work on them. So it is really important that we engage the students in translation text selection. The classification of translation text into categories. We also noticed that in many of the courses, we had courses, and for example, in King Saud University, in the program King Saud, there are many courses, many practical courses, but in very, very particular fields. We had courses in media.
We have 2 more minutes left, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll sorry for not paying attention to the time, but I'll finish inshallah in these 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Integration of theory, as I said, classification of translation. We do not need to have very particular module courses in the program. We can have categories. For example, we can have a translation in cultural field, translation in sociology, in translation in humanities, translation in scientific areas. We do not need to have a engineering translation particular, rather a course that would that through this course we can have different texts, whether in engineering, whether in computer science, etc., etc. Computer assisted tools are a necessity in these 3 programs. They were not present at all. A reflection of market conditions into the classroom. It is important that we introduce the market conditions, the circumstances of the real market into the classroom. Internships is an addition, a good addition to the programs if it's included. University infrastructures, a moderate distribution of credit hours. As for the market demands, quickly, bringing academics closer to the market is really important, that we academics get closer to the market. We have strong ties with the market, links that we can see what's going on in the market, not being isolated in the academic environment. Knowledge of computer assisted tools, as we said, acquisition of translation skills. As you can see, these skills are crucially important. The market in Saudi Arabia demands all these skills. And of course, when we develop the curriculum plan, we need to take into account the students' needs and these market demands. This is in brief. Thank you all for listening. And that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Hameed. I do have a question here from Ms. Noura Al Musa. As for the market demands, is there a reliable source of information? Does the Chambers of Commerce does the Chamber of Commerce provide the needed assistance? In my institution, the gap resides where students do not get the opportunities they deserve despite their fine qualifications. So she's asking about reliable sources of information and needed assistance from the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, we thank you for your question. When we try to actually see who's going to be the body that would represent the translation market, there isn't a single body, and we had to contact the individual translators across different whether government or private sector bodies. So we engaged or we contacted with translators in hospitals, translators in the Ministry of Media. We had translators who are working in private agencies. We had translators working in the military, the Ministry of Interior Affairs. So those translators were the sources of, or the sources of what really the market demands. So when you approach those who are out there working on a daily basis as translators, they in the private sector as well as in the government sector, then you are getting closer to those who can highlight to you what the market really demands. As for the chamber, I do not really I did not really contact with the Chamber of Commerce, but we and the data, the Chamber of Commerce, I went through their websites and we tried to find the agencies that are affiliated, but as the information that we collected were from the Chamber of Commerce, we're not really fulfilling what we are seeking.
Thank you for your answer, Dr. Abdul Hameed. I hope this helps Ms. Noura. We need to move to our second session for today. Professor Hadir Abul Najah apologizes for not being able to be with us today for unforeseen circumstances. However, we are fortunate to have Dr. Nada Al-Mazroua kindly presenting in her place. Dr. Nada,
allow Dr. Nada to share screen first.
Dr. Nada, please share your screen.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, I believe that I'm still viewing Dr. Abdul Hameed's screen. In order for me to share my screen.
Can you speed up sharing?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Nada completed her PhD and MA in Translation Studies from Cardiff University. Her undergraduate degree is in, she has an Arabic BA in Classic Arabic from King Saud University and a diploma in translation from King Abdulaziz University. Her experiences stem from both academic and professional work. She previously taught at Imam Muhammad ibn Saud University, and before joining academia, she worked as a translator, interpreter, copywriter at local companies, Goody Basama Mawhiba Initiative, and Kitabat. Dr. Nada will be talking to us today about translation courses, a case study of target-oriented customization. Okay, and before we start our session, I'd like to remind you, Dr. Nada, that you have 45 minutes, and I will be alerting you 10 minutes before the end of the session to take questions. As for the audience, please pose your questions, ask your questions in the Q&A section. And Dr. Nada, you may begin your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Rawan, for this introduction, and thank you all for attending. And I hope me presenting today does not come as a surprise, since you were all expecting Dr. Hadir or Prof. Hadir to present. So I have a big shoes to fill. So inshallah, you'll be happy with my presentation. Okay, so my presentation today is about designing translation courses. This presentation stems from a personal experience. But I believe that the knowledge I acquired from this teaching experience can be, inshallah, applied in any other course or to any other course. So I would like to start with saying that when designing any translation course, it is important to ask key questions at start. These questions are related to the students, what they are going to learn and how they are going to learn it and how they are going to be assessed to know how far they learned or how much they learned from the course. So the who question is related to the student. It is very important to consider our students as our target audience. Whenever we have a target audience in mind, especially that the term target audience come from the translation discipline, so we all know what target audience means. Whenever we have a target audience in mind, we should have better knowledge of that audience, who they are, what is their previous knowledge, and in order to be able to address their needs or meet their needs. So when we think of our students, it is important to consider their previous knowledge in that specific field of translation that we are teaching. And we should also consider the how they are going to take what they learned from that course and apply it in real life, in the job market after they graduate. Yes, so this is what we should consider about our students. And then, based on the answers of these questions, we can decide what will actually benefit the students from that course, what we really want them to learn. And then we can set the aims for the course. Of course, I am quite sure that for any translation course in universities, there are certain course learning outcomes that need to be met. But let's say that the course learning outcomes focus on the macro level, while the course aims that we are going to set focus on the micro level. So they can go in alignment, they really don't contradict. Finally, we should consider the teaching methods we are going to use to in order to convey the knowledge and help the students acquire that knowledge we are aiming to give them. And finally, how to assess them to make sure that they really acquired that knowledge. So these questions are now discussed in a kind of abstract manner. I would like to apply these questions to my personal experience. That's why I call it a case study of target-oriented customization. A very important point to consider is always the course can be modified through the semesters. So if the instructor is teaching the course over a number of semesters, he or she can always modify the course aims and change them according to the needs of their students. So this is my experience with a specific course, which is a non-specialized translation course. The reason I chose this specific course as a case study is there is a big misunderstanding or misconception, let's say, about translation. And hopefully by discussing this case study, we'll inshallah all be aware of it and try to amend it as we teach. This misunderstanding or misconception that any bilingual can do the translation. Now, when I discuss the target audience of this course, you will understand what I'm talking about. Okay, so for a non-specialized translation course, the type of students, I noticed that the type of students who register in that course tend to be specialized or non-specialized students, meaning that some of the students are actually translation students, and this is very good. But the thing I noticed is, and I'm sure we all do notice that most is not probably the right word to use. Many students do not follow the study plan as they should. So for this course, I would have translation students from different levels. I would have junior who are going according to their plan. I would have sophomore and even senior translation students in the course. So this means that for students registering that course, they have different translation background or different translation knowledge. And I should keep this in mind. Some students will be more experienced than others. The one thing they probably would have in common is that most likely after graduation, they will be assigned some translation projects, whether because they work as translators or just because they are holding a translation degree. So the company or whichever entity they're working with would probably see that as an advantage and will give them any translation that needs to be done in-house. The other type of students who would join such a course are non-specialized or non-translation students. These students can be from the linguistic departments or a department or any other department or any other college in the university, because this course is open for elective. So this poses another challenge where some of the students do not have any background about translation, unless, of course, they had previous attempts of translation, but this is not always guaranteed. And another thing is, this has to do with the misconception I talked about at the beginning, is that most likely when they graduate from an English medium university, they will be given sometimes, not as often as the translation students, but they will be assigned some translation projects just because they have graduated from an English medium university. This is very common. I even witnessed it last semester. One of my non-translation students was asked by her friend who was already graduated and working in a company to do a translation job. Like her friend who graduated from PSU got that job, so she didn't have the time to do it, so she gave it to her friend who's taking that non-specialized course just because she is studying that translation. So this is a very, very big misconception that we hopefully have to instill on or amend to our students, is that not any bilingual can do the translation job. This is a discipline that needs lots of studying. So with the rest of my presentation, I will discuss how that can be amended. So now I discussed with you the type of students I usually come across in a non-specialized translation course. Of course, it's a wide spectrum of students in terms of their previous knowledge of translation and in terms of their future prospect. Accordingly, I should consider all that and set the course aims. Again, I'm not talking about the course learning outcomes, but I'm talking about the specifics of the course. And I would like to say that the specifics of this course has been developed throughout the years with my experience with teaching this course. So looking into this type of target audience, I realized that my students need to know the building blocks of translation, and they should learn a little bit the fundamentals of translation studies as a discipline. This is a university. We are teaching translation in a university. So the knowledge they acquire should be backed with some theory. This what differentiates studying translation as an educational discipline from studying translation as a practice or being a practitioner of translation. So the theory is very important in my opinion. To start with, there are different levels to consider in the non-specialized translation course as the building blocks of translation, starting with sentences. Students must realize and understand the difference between English and Arabic sentences and how English and Arabic sentences do relate or do correspond to each other. The other thing the students should learn is the meanings of the words. Words have different meanings in different contexts. And another thing, sometimes the meaning is not intended for their superficial meaning or their dictionary meaning, but sometimes words come together due to being collocations. So both these concepts are important, and this is a great opportunity to discuss with the students the use of machine translation and how can machine translation easily miss these two concepts and provide errored translation. Expressions are very important because they are often used in the English language and sometimes used in the Arabic. So it is important for the students to know how to translate idioms and idiomatic expressions. And when discussing this point, of course, types of equivalence would come in handy because this will help the students make informed decision when they come to translate such phrases or expressions. The Arabic numbers has always been a dilemma for any Arabic students, in fact, to learn, because the grammars of the Arabic number is quite particular. And to be honest, I always like to reassure my students that it is kind of impossible for one person to learn the rules of the Arabic grammar and to learn it by heart and to live remembering what the rules are. So that's why I try to provide my students with a simplified way, a simplified table of the grammatical rules of the Arabic number, so they would have it as a reference even after they graduate. And I would ask them, whenever they come across an Arabic number, a number in English that they need to translate into Arabic, they should always refer to that table of grammatical rules in order to get it correctly. Another thing is noun phrases and modified nouns. This is a very tricky part of the translation because it has to do very much with the language directionality. Of course, we all know that due to the different direction from which Arabic and Arabic and English start, Arabic from right to left and English from left to right, that would cause some translation errors, and the students should be aware of that. This is just a simple example because I won't have the time to discuss it later. So they should notice that whenever the sentence starts from right to left in Arabic, it should start the opposite way when we come to translate. So it would be cake, taste, and not taste cake. It shouldn't start from the same direction. And researching proper nouns, again, this, inshallah, I will have time to talk about later in this presentation. So I prefer to go to the other point. Finally, the linguistic and cultural challenges very commonly faced in translation are due to the gap between both languages. Both assigned languages, and the way to overcome these challenges is by focusing on translation strategies. So again, translation strategies is a very important part of the theory that all translation students should learn in order to make informed translation decisions. So this is a quick overview of the essential building blocks of a translation, a non-specialized translation course. Now moving on to the how we are going to, or how am I going to teach these components or these lessons. Of course, I should verify my teaching method, and I always like to use different type of media for the students to get the concept we are discussing. And of course, in these discussions, I should also address these important skills, linguistic, analytical, which could include critical thinking as well, problem solving, and research skills. And in terms of the assessment, again, I should verify the assessment tools in order to make sure that each student has more than one opportunity to show that she has really learned the concepts discussed. Now I'll go into details in the teaching methods. Again, as I said earlier, I like for my students to see that translation is very much related to every aspect of life. That's why I like to bring example and discuss examples from different media. This not only shows them that translation is very much related to life, but it also help students with different learning styles. So discussing translation is always a good idea. I present my students with a translation, let's say, problem, and tell them what they think. If they approve or disapprove the translation, what would they do differently? How do you think the problem occurred? Where did it stem from? And so on. So for such examples, discussing such examples would show that even high-end places could bear the burden of mistranslation and error translation, and this is not very good at all for their prestige. So this is to show the students that when they go out to the job market, they have a huge responsibility of accurately translating whatever they need to do, and to avoid using machine translation, because these errors are, of course, a result of misusing machine translation, and explain to the students that when using machine translation, it has to be done wisely, and there should be processes of reviews in order to avoid these types of silly mistakes. I would like also to share with you a video, because I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, but I like to share with my students clips from movies. This is a very good way to get them engaged in the translation discussion. And it kind of relate them to their actual word, because nowadays students are very much into Netflix. So I would encourage them to place even if their English language is great, to have the subtitles, the Arabic subtitles on, just to make a judgment on how the translation is being done. I just want to share a video, but I'm not sure if you are going to see that. Oops. No, it's not here. Yeah. Okay, good. It's here. Can someone tell me if the screen is clear?
Yes, Dr. Nada, it is clear.
Okay, I will play the video, and please tell me if the voice is clear as well.
Going on slow for me. I don't know about the rest.
So is the voice low?
It is a slow for me. I'm not sure.
Okay, let
Yes.
me,
Not
let me,
yeah. Is it
let me,
okay? Yeah. Yes. Raise the voice. Yes.
Without you. As someone once said, you are the butter to my bread, the breath to my life.
did you manage to hear the voice?
Yes, for me.
Yes, I was able to hear it.
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, I like to bring clips from movies, as I said, because in the English language, expressions are often used. So the expression she used here, you are the bread to my life. Let me go here. I did write it here. Yeah, you are the butter, sorry, about the butter to my bread, the breath to my life. And this was the translation provided. Again, with subtitling, I know this is a non-specialized translation course, but with translations of expressions in subtitling is very interesting, I find, and is worth discussing with my students because it shows the types of equivalence used, and I would like for this example, the first expression was translated using functional equivalent, while the second ideational equivalence. So this is a very good example for the students to see that when they come to translate, they do not always have to follow the same method throughout, but they should use whatever method that delivers the meaning according to what is required from them by the brief. So yeah, using videos is very important. The class of videos, I usually make it as interesting as possible. We can have like popcorn, or ask them or tell them that it is going to be a movie day, not a movie night. And yeah, so this would make the student more engaged, and it will actually, for some students, of course, not for everyone, some students would put the Arabic subtitles on while watching any movie, and they will start to develop this awareness, the translator's awareness. And I know it sometimes ruins the entertainment, but this is very good. The translator is supposed to be aware of the decisions made around him or her. So another thing I like to do is choosing texts written by native speakers. When choosing English text, I like to choose from the BBC, articles from the BBC, because they usually choose words that are not commonly used by non-native speakers. And I would ask the students, how would they translate this? Like for this example, the cafe dishes out deliciously healthy meals. So the word dish is commonly known as a noun, but here it is used as a verb. What does this mean? How can they overcome this? How can they translate that? So all of these are different examples. The milk isn't adequately screened, and so on. So yeah, I like to bring texts from written by native speakers. In terms of the Arabic, I find that Jaridat Ukaz, is the best source for Arabic text, because it is usually written in a very elevated way that would challenge the students to translate. Another thing I would like to my students to do is, I like to explain to them that the translator is in fact a researcher. So for different purposes or different aims, the translator finds himself researching the net. And when I say researching the net, using Google as a search engine and not using Google Translate. If the students, I always say this, if the students go out to the workplace and they are asked to translate a project with which they, of which they have no previous knowledge, so reading about that topic or that field in both languages would enrich their vocabulary. It would make them understand the topic or the field more and learn the vocabulary used in that topic. And not just the vocabulary, even the collocations, which words go together in that field. In terms of proper names, names of commissions and authorities, again, these need to be researched. For English proper names, Wikipedia can come in very handy if they visit the English version of the website and look up that name. They could find the Arabic translation and they could come with the Arabic proper name as it is usually known and circulated. For the Arabic names, the best way to do is to visit the official websites. That's how they are going to get the English names for the English names, the English proper names for that entity or commission. Again, this is to show them that the translator would always seek to do research in order to provide sound translation. In order to develop their linguistic skills, I carefully choose the text they are asked to translate, especially when I teach them about the strategies, translation strategies. There is a very good website which is called News in Levels. It offers interesting pieces of news. Yes, it's not like the common news we hear on TV, but interesting pieces of news, and it provides these pieces in different levels. So sometimes I take the news from one level, and sometimes I mix and match as I see appropriate for my students. I take sentences from different levels just to come up with a text that meet the needs of my students. This is one text that I always like to start with my students. It seems a very simple text. However, it needs a number of translation strategies to be translated properly. So, for example, I'll give you just a couple of seconds to go through this text. Okay, so for example, for the word body and boot, they're colored in the same color, even say. These words need to be translated in what collocates in the Arabic language. So this is what we're going to call a semantic substitution. A body would be jutha, it's not just badan or jasad. Boot will be صندوق السيارة. It wouldn't be as the shoes. And the police say the Arabic collocation for that would be صرحت الشرطة وليس قالت الشرطة. Another thing is for the amplification of gender. When we first read this is a very common mistake my students fall into. When they read American tourist, they immediately translate it as السائح الأمريكي. But as they continue on in the text, they will see that it is actually a woman. So they could go back and change it into السائحة الأمريكية. And this is amplification of gender, which needs to be addressed. Another type of amplification that needs to be addressed is the pronoun they at the end, the same color as السائحة الأمريكية. because the police arrested the victim's daughter and her boyfriend. So it's only two of them. And I always explain that in English, we only have plural and singular, but in Arabic we have mufrad, muthanna, and jama'. So all of these needs to be addressed by amplification of duality. So instead of saying that they لأنهما تركا, this is the amplification of duality. And I could go on, but I think this is not a translation course, so I wouldn't really continue with the strategies. But every colored word, differently colored word, represent a different strategy. This is just to show that sometimes even the simplest text can require more knowledge and more strategies in translating than expected. So yeah, these are the teaching methods. Now, in terms of assessment, again, as I said earlier, I would like to give my students more than one option to prove themselves or to test the skills they acquired. The very common assessment method is translation assignments. Translation assignment can vary from sentences to text. They simply just translate. They're not asked to do anything but translation. Another exercise would be translating expressions and identify the type of equivalence they used. So they make the translation decision and they show me that they are aware of what decision they have made. The same goes for translation strategies. I would provide them with a simple text as that shown earlier, and ask them to identify the strategies, the most important, of course, strategies they have used. This type of assignment can be done in class practice, can be done as a homework, and can be part of a quiz or major or final exam. Another type of assessment that I like to include in my courses is MCQs. In terms of strategies, I would provide them with a source, short text with its target translation. They do not have to do the translation. The translation decision is already made, but they have to identify what that decision is based on which strategy. So yeah, in that case, Adam bought fresh baguette. The word is very specific in English. However, in Arabic, it turned simply into khubz. So that would be the superordinate. This type of assessment can be done again. I can use it in quizzes or exams, or I can even, before any official assessment, I can use it as a Kahoot. I use this type of assessment, the strategy MCQs, as a Kahoot, just to make sure that my students did understand the concept of strategies. Another form of MCQs would be not asking about the strategies, but asking about the most correct or the most appropriate translation. So I would provide my students with a source text. In this case, it is slightly longer, and provide them with a number of possible translations and ask them to choose the best one. Of course, in each option, there are some certain errors or certain words that they should be aware of, that they're not translated accurately. And there's only one option that is correct. This type of assessment I usually use in exams. I don't use this as a Kahoot because it's quite longer, and Kahoot is quite fast. It doesn't allow, the time does not allow for enough thinking for this type of question. The last type of assessment is annotated translation project. Of course, this comes as a separate project where I choose quite a longer text, which is culturally laden, and they need to translate it, keeping in mind all what we've discussed throughout the semester. So this type of assessment usually comes as at the end of the semester. And after they do the translation, they should they should write an annotation, which is like an essay explaining the most important challenges they faced in the text and the type of solutions, whether it's types of equivalence or strategies, and justify their decision. They would explain how they did it and why they did it. Because of course, with translation, I always explain that there's always more than one correct answer, and it really depends on the translator's decision.
I'm sorry, but you still have only 1 minute, and then we have to take questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm almost done. Of course, I know that annotated translation is usually done with bigger theories, and these are simply undergrad and non-specialized students in some cases. So I keep the annotation as simple as possible, but it's for them just to practice how to write or how to discuss translation academically. And this is the final or the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nada. I do have some questions for you from the audience. The first question is, what are the main needs of the Saudi job market for translators nowadays? Kindly answer the question, then I will be reading the rest of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rawan. Honestly, I can't say that I am an expert with the Saudi job market. The only thing I am aware of is that until today, unfortunately, translation is seen as a job that anyone can do, any bilingual can do. So I would just like to teach my students, make them aware of what translation actually entails, so that they would go out to the market and they would spread that awareness, inshallah. But I'm sorry to say that for the actual needs of the job market, I really don't know them.
Hello. Ms. Rawan, you're muted. Ms. Rawan, you're muted.
Sorry. Okay. My second question here is, can you please share how you vary your teaching methods based on the proficiency level of your translation students?
Okay, I did explain a number of teaching methods. As I said, discussion is a key. Always discussing with my students, and sometimes placing the students into groups would be a good idea, and assigning them different activities in class would be a good idea. The good thing for students with who haven't, let's say, I wouldn't say low performance, but I would say who haven't practiced enough translation before, I would probably place them in teams with those who have more experience with the translation, so they can benefit from their discussion in their teams.
Ms. Rawan, you're mute again.
Sorry again, I forget to unmute myself. How many text types should a student practice for translation during his degree program to be a good translator?
Unfortunately,
that's about the types.
Sorry?
That's about the types of texts.
Yes, yes. What I'm saying is, unfortunately, we cannot prepare our students enough for the job market. We're simply trying to make them exposed to as much types of text as possible. However, whenever they get to the real life, it is something different. So we just prepare them with the right tools. That is our skills, sorry, that they are required for the job market. As I said, the research skill, analytical skill, linguistic skills, all these critical thinking, problem solving, all these skills are important for them. So it's not a matter of the text. Of course, this is a non-specialized course, so it mainly focuses on media articles. However, there are other specialized courses in which they will be exposed to more specific fields of translation. But again, even with all that, I don't think that our students will ever be ready enough for the job market, because the job market is developing in a very rapid speed that always academia is not able to catch up. But helping the students with the right skills will make them strong enough to face any challenges they face in real life.
Okay. Let me just check for if there are any more questions. Okay.
There is a question in the Q&A. To what extent can a translator use his creative capabilities?
Again, this is a general question. I believe if we are going to talk about the job market, and I always explain this to my students, creativity has to do with the brief, with the translation brief. So if the brief of the translation project requires that the translator should be creative, then she or he should be. If the brief states a different criteria, then the translator should always stick to the brief.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nada. Can you please share your email in the chat box with the audience so that they can address their questions directly to you, because we really need to move into the next session. Thank you very much for such an enlightening and comprehensive session, Dr. Nada. And right now we are finished with our first theme, which is the curriculum design. And we need to move to the second theme of today's seminar, which is the translation technology. We will start with Dr. Borshan Mustafa. And before we start the session, I would like to remind our attendees that you can share your questions to the speaker in the Q&A section instead of the chat box, so that I can address your questions. Second, please share your opinion about the conference on our department's Twitter account. The account is written for you in the chat box. As for the speakers, please note that we need to take questions from the audience. Therefore, I will be alerting you 5 minutes before the end of your time, and then I will be reading your questions to the attendee. Dr. Borshan's PhD research focuses on the way beliefs influence the translation process, and in 2017 he was granted an unconditional pass. Borshan has taught various courses related to translation theory, translation technology, and translation research methods at Princess Noura University and at SOAS, the University of London. He currently is an assistant professor at Prince Sultan University, where he teaches courses related to critical academic writing and is undertaking translation studies research. Dr. Borshan, please share your screen and you may start your session. Dr. Borshan, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. If at any juncture there's a problem with my voice or the slides are not progressing, please, if someone could alert me, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. And could someone please confirm you can see the first slide of a misaligned bridge?
I can.
Yeah, excellent. Firstly, I wish to thank the organizers at Prince Sultan University for giving me the opportunity to present at an extremely diverse and important event that aims to improve how translation is taught. It is a great honor. Also, I wish to thank all the panelists for their contribution, and also I'd like to thank the attendees for their time and their feedback and questions. The focus of my presentation is to address a gap between the practice, the professional practice of translation, and the way practical translation is taught. I'm specifically focusing on the way practical translation is taught. In this regard, I should explain my perspective or my approach to translation or the teaching of translation. I have taught for nearly 10 years now, courses related to translation technology, predominantly CAT tools. And my attitude to CAT tools and technology, translation technology in general, when it comes to education, is purely pragmatic. Meaning, if I'm going to prepare a student to survive and be successful in the workplace, questions regarding does technology improve translation are to an extent irrelevant, meaning that if it's good for translation or it's not good for translation, if it's an industry requirement, then students need to be able to use it. Therefore, my attitude is purely a pragmatic one. Yes, we should, as educators, as academics, address issues related to how technology affects translation. Does it improve it? Does it harm it? But when in terms of preparing students to work in the market, these questions are, or these discussions are purely academic. That's my attitude, or another way to phrase it, that's my bias or perspective. In terms of adopting a teaching approach to translation, the one I favor is the competence-based training approach. And essentially, this approach to teaching a profession is that one first analyzes the main competencies or requirements of that profession and then creates a curriculum that will train students with the required skills and give them the required knowledge to perform in that professional realm. In that regard, I'll quote Abir, in CBT, competencies are the main yardstick for developing guidelines and curriculum design. Learning objectives are defined according to competencies. Discipline-related contents are designed by competencies, but the competencies also act as a guide for sequencing teaching units, establishing learning activities, and assessment. Therefore, in essence, if we are to teach students a profession, in this case translation, so they can graduate and then work in this sector, they should have all the required skills to be able to be competent in this sector. Essentially, the way we teach translation should reflect the practice of translation, how they'll be expected to perform in their field. However, there are differences between the teaching and practice of translation, which I'll highlight, and my aim is to offer a solution or a partial solution to overcome some of these differences. And to illustrate this difference, I will use a number of images, I admit slightly contrived, but I think it will get the point across. Here's an image, a representative image of how design was taught in the 1970s. This is a representative image of how design is taught in 2022. And this is a representative image of how translation was taught in the 1970s. And I've chosen the 1970s because it's the decade that James Holmes published his seminal paper, The Name and Nature of Translation Studies, which is widely recognized as within the European context, Western context at least, as the beginning of translation studies as a discipline. And this is a representative image of how translation is taught in 2022. There is no significant difference. The idea is there's no significant difference in how practical translation is taught in the class from how it was taught in the 1970s, where translation studies started as a discipline. However, this is the beginnings of a way for me to explain the problem. Technology is widely used in the industry, and I will go into more detail on this. As a side note, many translation programs have separate capital courses or general translation technology courses where capitals are taught, where machine translation is taught. But this is problematic when it's not integrated into actual practical translation classes. And I've highlighted 3 factors why it's a problem. 1, students are unable to develop their skills in translating with a capital. Students are unable to populate a translation memory. Students are taught practical translation in a manner that does not reflect how they would translate in the professional realm. These factors are indicators of the technology-based differences between the practice and teaching of translation. The reason this is such a problem is that professional translation is inseparable from translation technologies, meaning that the specific translation tools that are used are interwoven to the very fabric of the profession of translation. And to demonstrate this to you, I have a few references from 2004 to very recently. In 2004, the Translation Business Report found that 68% of the companies it surveyed will continue or would like to start using translation memory tools. Also, a 2011 survey of employees in the European translation industry was conducted in the context of the European funded Optimal project, revealed that the ability to use translation memory systems is considered essential, important by over 3/4 of the 538 employees who responded to this question. Also, Tabeur reports that 88% of just 3,000 respondents to a PRO survey, and PRO survey is a very popular translation forum and website. The survey indicated at least that the respondents, 88% of respondents indicated that they use a capital to undertake some of their translation jobs. Also in 2020, a large-scale survey of translators and interpreters conducted by Palomir and Omera revealed that 66% of the 7,363 participants who completed the survey considered translation memory or computer-aided translation to be the main technology they use for client projects. This is to give you an indication, or to give some evidence to my claim that specific translation tools are inseparable from the professional practice of translation. Also, Sinwar asserts that translators have to work with the help of translation technology. The use of computer-aided translation tools has actually been extended to almost every type of translation work. Computer-aided translation tools are aimed at supporting translators and not at replacing them. Translation competence or knowledge skills in languages are not enough today. I repeat, translation competence or knowledge and skills in languages are not enough today. It is more realistic to talk about professional competence, which includes linguistic competence, cultural competence, translation competence, translator competence, and technological competence. In support of his assertion, Sinwar mentioned a statement made by Timothy Hunt, which I think is relevant and I'll also quote it, computers will never replace translators, but translators who use computers will replace translators who don't. And at this juncture, so what I hope I've explained is that technology, specific translation technology tools, namely CAT tools and translation memories, are inseparable from professional translation. And the problem is that this isn't reflected in practical translation classes. And here I'll take a moment to explain exactly what a CAT tool is and to separate it from machine translation. So we are all on the same page. Computer-assisted aided translation tool, or CAT tool, is a software-based translation environment that's comprised of several aids, the most significant being the translation memory system, but also utilizes a text alignment tool, term-based spell checker, and also has review and edit features. In essence, the same way we use Microsoft Word, it's a writing environment, and there's many tools we use in Microsoft Word. We couldn't define Microsoft as one tool. There's a spell checker, review and edit features, and so on. Likewise, a CAT tool is a translation digital environment where we can use a number of aids, the most prominent being a translation memory. And a translation memory essentially is a database that the translator themselves populate with their translations, meaning that when they translate a text, the source text and target text are linked together at the segment level, which is typically a sentence. And if they ever encounter the same sentence again, the translation memory, the database, will highlight and recommend their previous translation. A CAT tool or translation memory does not create translations. Translation memory does not create translation. It offers the translator previous translations when there are matches. Here's a screenshot from Trados. This is the latest version, 2021. You see that on the left, lower part of the screen or middle of the screen is the source text. On the right is the target text, the translation. And also accessible is a translation memory and a term base. Term base is another prominent feature of a CAT tool. As I mentioned, there is a significant difference between a CAT tool and machine translation. And to highlight this, I'll refer you to the translation technological spectrum. On the right, we have pure human translation, which is translation undertaken with no computers. This is one polar extreme. The other polar extreme is pure computer translation, which is a translation undertaken by a computer, which requires no human interaction or no human input. These two extremes are rare and very, on the whole, translations are not produced in this manner. Either a human will use a computer in some respect, and machine translation will require a human in some respect, in most cases. In the middle, towards the middle, more closer to the right, we have CAT tools, which are computer-aided human translation, meaning the primary agent of translation is the human, and the technology in some way aids the human. And next to CAT tools, moving to the left, we have machine translation, which is referred to as human-aided computer translation, meaning the primary translation agent is the computer, and the human assists the computer through pre or post-translation tasks. Predominantly, most of you are familiar, if you use Google Translate, you would have to undertake some post-editing to improve the output. The idea is that conceptually, CAT tools are to aid the human rather than replace them. As I mentioned, the problem is or the difference is, the technological differences, is that in the classroom when students are taught practical translation, it doesn't involve the use of a CAT tool. So our challenge is how do we integrate CAT tools into the learning of practical translation? And I set myself a task to come up with a solution, but I set myself some conditions. And that is the method used to overcome this challenge and reconcile the technology-based differences should not alter the fundamental way practical translation is taught, meaning how the lecturer operates in the classroom when they're teaching practical translation shouldn't be interfered with it in any significant way. Shouldn't require any additional teaching or training, and it should facilitate, and this is extremely important, the growth of the student translation memory. Meaning that a student starts off with a blank translation memory, the more assignments they do, it should populate this memory, meaning that when they graduate, that they have a significant translation memory, that if they take a role or decide to be a freelance translator, this will help them in their career. So already have a basis. And the solution I have involves a feature of translation CAT tools, which is referred to as an export for external review. And essentially what this is that in the CAT tool, once you've completed your translation, you can create a Word document that keeps the same segmentation that can then be sent for someone to review it, and any adjustments or comments that they make in the Word document can be imported back into the CAT tool. Meaning, let's say they translated a sentence incorrectly, and this is converted into a Word document, which would be in this manner. It has the same segmentation, and it's corrected. When they import this back into the program, it will be imported back with the recommendations and the corrections, meaning that they can update the translation memory. This is the review and edit feature, in essence, the external review and edit feature. The idea is to overcome, at least partially, the technological difference between the practice of translation and the way practical translation is to adopt CAT tools in the assignment workflow, in the weekly assignment workflow, to adopt CAT tools. Currently, or typically, the way students are given translation assignments is the lecturer will prepare a text, give it in class, students will translate it, bring it to the lecturer will make some notes, grade it, and give it back to the student. So they have this document now that they translated, and they have some corrections, and that's where it will stay. The idea is to use a CAT tool in this process. The lecturer will give, the practical translation instructor will produce a digital document of the text, the source text, either email this to students or make it available in LMS. Students who are studying, who will have studied how to use CAT tools in a separate CAT tool course, will take the digital text, upload it to their CAT tool, translate it in the CAT tool, and then create an external review and edit file in a Word document. They will email this to the lecturer, or the lecturer can create a homework submission box in LMS. The lecturer will then open the file in Word, review the document, make edits, and then the student will take this document, import it back into the CAT tool, and update the translation memory.
Dr. Bush, you have 3 minutes left because we need to allow time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just about to wrap up. The benefit of this approach is that it doesn't in any significant way interfere with how the lecturer performs in the class. Doesn't require the lecturer practical translation to learn any new skills. They'll be using Microsoft Word to grade or to comment on the translations. And most significantly, it allows the student to practice using a CAT tool, the same, or it allows the student to use a CAT tool to translate as they would in the professional realm to undertake their assignments. And also it allows students to build up their translation memory. If we imagine a student is studying an undergraduate course for 3 years, that means potentially, let's say they start using CAT tools in their second year, they will have 2 years of assignments that can build up their translation memory. I'll stop here. I thank you for your time and I look forward to your questions and suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Burshan. If anyone has a question, kindly write it down in the Q&A section, and I will be reading your questions to Dr. Burshan. Okay. Dr. Dina, you have a question?
Yes, please. I'm sorry, I cannot write in the Q&A. Thank you very much, Dr. Burshan, for this amazing talk. I understand now that technology is becoming an integral part of translation. And since we're talking about teaching translation, what kind of training programs or courses do you suggest that translation teachers should enroll in order to be really ready to integrate technology in teaching?
I think it's essential that all practical translation instructors, lecturers, they all take courses on using a CAT tool, on using machine translation, and also subtitling tools. Now, subtitling is interesting because it's due to the proliferation of platforms such as YouTube, people can produce, there's much more video content that requires translation. So definitely for lecturers to take courses in how to use a CAT tool, how to use machine translation, post-edit that is, and also how to undertake subtitling.
Okay, Dr. Burshan, I do have another question here. What challenges do we face in integrating technology in teaching translation?
Thank you for this question. From my experience, the greatest challenge I've encountered, so this is a purely anecdotal, it's not based on any a study, is attitudes and prejudices with technology. It's the attitude of lecturers to embrace these changes. That's the biggest obstacle. Occasionally people assume that any technology is machine translation. It's not. And also there is a place for machine translation in professional translation, which if anyone wants me to, I can explain how it operates. But it's really to overcome some of the prejudices, misunderstandings of the tools that professional translators use. And to give an analogy, why we need to make this change. Imagine we are teaching the students how to use Microsoft Word to write their essays, but then all writing courses ask students to write with pen and paper.
Oh, yeah.
That's the separation. Technology CAT tools are now part of the very fabric of professional translation. And just to highlight my pragmatic approach, if we agree with this or we don't agree with it, we have to acknowledge that this is the status quo.
Of course. I have two more questions here in the Q&A section. The first one is, do you think that the better approach to translation technologies is to get over the dichotomy of teaching or not teaching them and start to look at them as a crucial part of the translator's training? That, of course, goes beyond teaching CAT tools or specific to CAT tools and focus more on the improving technological competence of the translator, which includes CAT tools, machine translation, corpus mining, localization tools, and even artificial intelligence to prepare them for the future market. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's essential to move on from this kind of dichotomy, I will say this much. This isn't a complete answer to the question, but at some point in time, there will no longer be separate capital or technology courses. There will all be one. The same way most universities do not have separate courses on how to use Microsoft Word. It's just an expectation, meaning that the very way that translation is taught will be inseparable with capitals. It's just at what juncture that change happens. And as academics, if we integrate ourselves as part of that change, now we can dictate and influence technology. We can say to the capital providers, we're using your software to teach translation, but we need these changes. We'll have a mandate, we'll have the ability, so we can influence the technology.
Of course, thank you very much. I have another question from Dr. Shaimaa Saeed. She says, thank you, Dr. Boshan. Should CAT tools be integrated at an early stage in the undergraduate modules or only senior modules? Should they be integrated in the entire module or a separate model for a CAT tool?
I think they should be integrated from the earliest stage as possible. Let's say we have first year students that take a CAT tool course. So after 4 or 5 weeks, they should be required to produce all their assignments, undertake all their weekly translation assignments with a CAT tool. Why? Because then that means after 3 years, they would have built up a substantial translation memory, which will be essential for them in their professional life. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Boshan. I'd like to extend the department's appreciation to our speakers this morning, Dr. Abdul Hameed Lanizi, Dr. Nada Al-Mazrou, and Dr. Boshan Mustafa. And we need to take a short break for 30 minutes right now, and please join us again at 12:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you greatly. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives us great pleasure to be with you this afternoon. We had an interesting, enlightening session in the morning, and we will continue now. I'm your moderator. I shall be moderating 4 sessions this afternoon. My name is Khaled Albani, and I'll be with you for the next 4 sessions. And I'd like to start by welcoming you all, and on behalf of the Linguistics and Translation Department at the College of Humanities at Prince Sultan University, we'd like to welcome you all. Some housekeeping. We would like to encourage you to follow us on Twitter account if you are interested in updating or getting updates on the latest, on our latest events and activities. If you have any questions, kindly post them in the Q&A sections, and I'll be posing them to the speaker at the end of the session. And you will be receiving also your e-certificates around 2 weeks from the event, but you need to fill in the form, the link that will be shared with you. Our first speaker this afternoon is from Qasim University. She holds a master's degree in Arabic English translation and interpreting from Durham University with a distinction. Also holds a PhD from Durham University in translation studies. Our distinguished speaker has participated and attended several national and international linguistics. What makes our speakers special is her expertise in talks and training sessions on corpora and the application of corpus tools for both pedagogical and research purposes. Our distinguished speaker also has contributed to Routledge studies in language and translation in the volume on translation as a set of frames, ideology, power, discourse, identity, and representation by her contribution under the title of Domesticating Saudi Arabia, News, Trans-Editing, Representations, and Power Negotiation. Our distinguished speaker is going to be sharing with us her expertise on methods of teaching machine translation in an era of machine learning. And please join me in welcoming Dr. Asma Al-Qunayir from Al-Qasim University, Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. Dr. Asma, the floor is yours. You have 40 minutes. We will leave the 5 minutes for Q&A, and I'll remind you just 5 minutes before time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to firstly take a moment to thank the organizing committee for having me here today. It is a great honor, honestly, to be part of this exciting and insightful event hosted by Prince Sultan University of Saudi Arabia. I also would like to thank the panelists today for sharing their knowledge with us, and the attendees for taking the time to attend this event and making it happen. Of course, as the title entails, I will specifically be speaking on my experience in teaching machine translation module at Qasim University last year during the first wave of the pandemic. So I had to teach machine translation module online, namely using Blackboard. And this is what I will be using as an example to give 2 suggested methods at the end of teaching machine translation online, namely using Blackboard. However, it must be noted that the suggested methods of teaching can also be applied to teaching any course of translation online, not only machine translation module. Thank you. So that being said, I will be speaking firstly about the shift that we had to do as educators, lecturers, trainers overnight due to COVID-19. So we found ourselves resorting to online teaching in a matter of days. Some of us had zero knowledge of how to use online teaching methods, and so we had to have this knowledge in a matter of days. And I will be speaking about this briefly. I will also be speaking about the definition of translation and its 3 main stages, which then will lead us to talk about machine translation and the drawbacks and of machine translation based on the definition of translation provided. Now, Dr. Mustafa really mentioned something important about our attitude as educators towards the use of machine translation. And this is something I will be speaking about as well in my talk. Finally, I will be talking about developing critical thinking via 2 suggested methods for teaching machine translation online, namely by Blackboard, but also the same methods can be applied to any course of translation. So the education system in the world witnessed on an unprecedented mayhem due to COVID-19, and we found many schools and universities in the world closing their doors in the face of more than 1.5 billion students, or more than 90% of the total learners, according to recent figures issued by UNESCO Institute of Statistics. So education experts have agreed that the post-COVID education will not be the same as before it, especially with the emergence of a solid infrastructure using the data of the fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence systems. Moreover, there are expected transformations that will be significant and structural in education patterns, methods, trends, policies, and systems, whether at the level of general education or high education. We see some signs of these transformations already appearing. And now, alhamdulillah, with the universities opening their doors to the students again, and even schools, we find ourselves as educators, trainers, lecturers, teachers, okay, using also online methods, even though we have the in-person experience with our students, but we feel like there are some things that prove to be beneficial, and that's why we are still using them despite the return to schools. So before we talk about machine translation and its teaching methods, let us have a look at the concept of translation first, very briefly, of course. So the translation or translation as a term derives from the Latin trans, meaning across, and ferre, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly in Latin, meaning to be carried or to be borne. So what is this thing to be carried across? Well, in translation, it is not the words, obviously, or sentences, it is the meaning. And so translation is the science that studies the transfer of the meaning of speech or writing, in the case of written translation, from one language to another. It is the process by which the meaning of speech or writing is transferred from one language to another, etc., etc. So this meaning is important in translation. So for us to be able to perform accurately in our translations, we need to go through these stages of translation. And number one, decoding or analyzing the meaning of text in case of written translation, or spoken text in the case of interpretation. In a specific language, which is the original or the source language, then we have to encode or try to remember this meaning in a corresponding language, that is the target language. Then the final stage would be obviously the production stage, either in the form of text, in the case of written translation, or in the form of obviously oral interpretation. So when transferring the meaning from the original language to the target language, the translator takes into account that this meaning is not limited to words only. And this is what we try to make our students aware of over and over again, that meaning is multi-leveled, because there are so many things that ascribe the message its meaning. And this message is what we are trying to transfer through translation. This meaning can be carried on grammatical structures, stylistic structures, or even semantic and cultural elements. Therefore, when analyzing the meaning and evoking the counterpart in the target language, the translator seeks to take all levels, or most of these levels, into consideration in order to produce an accurate translation. Also, the conscious translator always takes into account the target society or culture into consideration, and does not produce a text that carries with it what might offend the target culture, unless, of course, this is the aim of the translation, which I highly doubt. So this is very important to look at because in the case of machine translation, obviously, the machine will not be able to recognize all these levels of meanings, hence the drawbacks or pitfalls of machine translation. So again, briefly, let's look at what machine translation is. A very brief history on it and on its development, then its benefits and drawbacks. And this is what I believe the combination of these 3 points shall guide our position as teachers, educators, or trainers of translation towards machine translation. So machine translation is the translation and transmission of texts from one language to another by computers, computer software, and electronic dictionaries, or simply it can be defined as the translation through artificial intelligence software. I suggest always to avoid terms similar to the translation by the use of, or with the aid of, or with the help of machine or software when talking about machine translation. باللغة العربية الاستعانة ببرامج إلى آخره, because this can confuse the audience as there is the other term of computer-aided translation or CAT tools, which is assistant and can be confused with machine translation. However, the main difference is to do with who is actually doing the translation, whether it is done via the machine itself or human translator. So the history of machine translation dates back to the 50s of the 17th century, that is to say after World War II. But at that time, it was just an idea under trial. In 1954, machine translation was developed in Georgetown. After several experiments, scientists succeeded in translating 60 sentences from Russian to English. However, there was not a pressing need for it, hence it was abandoned. The idea of machine translation, however, surfaced again in the 1950s as scientists began with simple experiments, translating a few sentences from one language to another. It can be said or argued that machine translation did not really develop significantly and rapidly until the emergence of digital computers and computer software, and today is considered the time during which machine translation developed after the emergence of automated dictionaries and advanced computer software. Now, the pressing need that I just mentioned in my talk is really due to international trade, international relations between countries that don't speak the same language. Hence, we need translation on a daily basis. We also have what is called international news reporting, where we can see news agencies needing to translate news immediately. And this is why we need machine translation. And this is why actually we can say that machine translation is nearly, to some extent, the new reality of translation. Whether we agree with this statement or not, we find that our students use machine translation, unfortunately, whether in a correct way or incorrect way, which entails that really this is what is happening, and we need to keep up with this advancement in translation practice. So since machine translation is the translation via special artificial intelligence-based websites that analyze the original text and fetch immediate corresponding text in the target language, it saves obviously effort, money, and time. And this is why it has become a preference in the job market, and sometimes even a requirement for translators' employment in several sectors. I personally know that in China, they have what they call editing services rather than translating services. So basically, they hire translators to use specifically machine translation, and all they need to do is post-edit that product of translation. So, and this is obviously due to the fast pace of, as I said, either news reporting or international relations and trade. Hence, we see it taught in the majority of translation programs, both at bachelor degree levels and master levels. We also see so many research done in machine translation as a field. Also, we see it encouraged both during PhDs and beyond. However, machine translation has its share of problems, and most importantly, is or takes place at the analysis stage or the first stage of translation. Since no matter how advanced this machine is, it will not be able, at least for the present time and in the near future, to analyze texts, hence meanings of texts, especially emotional ones, in a way that is identical to that of the humans. So the multi-levels of meaning that I spoke about cannot be accurately decoded nor encoded in a manner that is similar to that of a human. Hence, machine translation can be a disaster if used without revision or editing. Now, editing, obviously, if we had enough time, actually, it can happen either before using machine translation or after, and that's why we have pre and post editing of machine translation. But today I will specifically be speaking about post editing. When you look at how far away machine translation is from the way humans actually talk to each other, the most important and obvious shortcomings of machine translations are the following. Number one, simplified choice of words. So machine translation often goes to simpler forms at the level of grammar and vocabulary, stripping the original content of its nuances and details. Also, the lack of context is another problem of machine translation. The unbranded messages, that is to say that if a specific word or term is used to convey special meanings, such as a brand or so, the machine translation can simply give a synonym, obviously, and replace that specific term or word with a more generic word, hence stripping away the original meaning of the intended message. So what is our attitude as educators towards the use of machine translation? Now, I know a lot of educators get angry, really, and frustrated when they see that their students have used machine translation. Now, I personally feel like students should be exposed to the reality of translation profession and practice. And if this means that we allow them to use machine translation, then so be it. However, we need to let them know how to use machine translation, because translators nowadays work hand in hand with the machine rather than against it. And if we want to prepare our students to that reality of translation practice, then we need to really let them be exposed to the best scenarios of using machine translation. So they can take the advantages without falling into the nets of machine translation disadvantages. That being said, obviously, if specified by a specific course that students should not be use using machine translation, then obviously this is for a specific purpose and educational outcome. So I believe that this really determines the educators' attitude also towards machine translation. So I will now suggest two methods of teaching machine translation online, namely via Blackboard, based on my own experience, focusing on developing critical thinking for the students. So post-editing of machine translation products and critical thought. There are several ways to reduce the defects or the problem of machine translation. And perhaps the most important and most closely related to the current topic is known as post-editing of machine translation, in which obviously the translator performs the machine translation, then tries to identify the problems in the text, and also tries to address these problems at different levels, whether stylistic, syntactic, or lexical levels. So the first suggested method is that we expose the students to focused, that is to say, short sentences and intensive training on post-editing of machine translated texts, where students, as suggested by Dr. Mohammed Zagoud in 2021, edit one sentence, then the tutor or professor adds another sentence for the student to edit, and so on and so forth. So doing so leads to the increase of the complexity of the potential problems with machine translation output. What can be added here is that the diversity of these problems must be taken into account. So the tutor should focus on having problems ranging from lexical to grammatical to cultural problems, so the student can identify these problems in the post-editing and address them. So it was suggested that this be done through the discussion board feature available on the Blackboard, where the student translates the sentence during the lecture in a period of time given to the students to translate via machine translation, for example, Google Translate, then edit them manually. The tutor then reads these translations and comments on them to everyone. So the advantage of this method is that it focuses on quality rather than quantity, as the tutor or professor should not give the students more than 3 sentences to translate. Hence, it does not take up long time from the lecture's valuable time, especially if the number of students is large, say, for example, 40 plus, as I had at Qasim University last year. Also, via the use of discussion board, the translations are kept as a reference along with the professor's or tutor's feedback and are open for all students, unlike individual or group feedback, where specific students read the feedback tailored for them only. This is very important because we as educators notice that there are some common problems in our students' translations. So it is important to keep the feedback open for all. So students can refer to these translations and the feedback at any time as a reference. This is a screenshot of Blackboard, and you can use, if you look at the left-hand side, you can see the discussion board. And this is an example of the different tasks I have given my students last year at Qasim University. So, for example, we have here the first in-class translation to be translated during the lecture. You can see that it is a very short text. So you have to work with your group. And the reason that I use groups here is because the number of students at Qasim University is quite large. So it is really the best possible way to work in a limited time. So the students should translate the text from Arabic into English, taking into account lexical, syntactic, and stylistic changes. Also, there is another text, as you can see, during another lecture. And we have on the right-hand side the number of posts or contributions made by the students. And we have an editing task where students actually get to see a translation, and then they try to edit it based on the problems in that particular translation. This is a screenshot of the posts made by the students. You can see here the different attempts to translate. And then we have an open discussion on these translations. We look at both positive and negative points. We also have here, if you look at the left-hand side, you see the activity here focuses on developing a critique. So the students will look at both source text and target text, and then they need to write a critique on this translation. Okay, so the second proposed method for teaching machine translation online, namely using Blackboard, is based on dividing students into groups, but this is done from the beginning of the term and continues until the end. So every week, 2 groups only are giving tasks prior to the lecture. These tasks require machine translation and editing of one text. Taking into account the different language levels mentioned above, obviously the levels of meaning, and in addition, they write a commentary on their translation decisions, or what we call annotation, to rationalize their decisions. So the members of the 2 groups work on this text and submit it before the lecture, so that the tutor or professor can check and compare the decisions of the 2 groups, whether correct or incorrect, and identify them. Then during the virtual class, the professor allows all groups to engage in an open discussion with the tutor or professor about the 2 groups' decisions and compare them to the source text. The advantage of this method is that it supports learning via trial and error, and it helps students to build critical thinking. It also allows both groups to correct their own mistakes and develop cooperative learning, which allows lower level students to learn from peers who are superior to them. It also allows the members of the 2 groups to learn from criticizing their own decisions during the lecture, with the rest of the groups obviously engaging in that discussion. And remember this critique in the future. What I also would like to add here is that as I will show you in the screenshot that will follow, I usually just use different colors of font. I use italics, underlining some of the phrases, and then just for making the students focus on these bits where I can find either positive or negative points to be discussed. Even, for example, if we have one of the students or one of the groups suddenly capitalizing a letter, then I underline it so the students can notice that there is something here going on, and they will it will help them start the discussion. So unlike giving the students a written report that may or may not be read, and if it is read, it may be forgotten. This method will give the room for all students to identify mistakes, whether theirs or not, discuss them, try to solve them, and eventually select the most plausible solution based on that open discussion to rationalize this selection. So this is a screenshot of one group that translated this text. As you can see I use green to say that this is a good translation decision, red for poor translation decision, or maybe there's something wrong here. For example, the slash, the spacing here with the slash is inaccurate. Whether there is a lexical problem, for example, our contract, etc., etc. So, and you can see here near the bottom of the translation among us is a very good translation decision compared to the other group, because here you can see the Arabic text reads as وَإِنَّ كُلًّا مِنَّا وَصَلَهُ حَقَّهُ مِنَ الْآخَرِ. كُلًّا مِنَّا, this is a divorce template or form, and then it talks about the spouses or the mentioned spouses being or signing on that each one of them received what they need to receive. So here, when you have each one of us has received, we know that in Arabic the default pronoun is masculine. However, it means females and males. So when we say وَإِنَّ كُلًّا مِنَّا وَصَلَهُ حَقَّهُ, it means the woman and the man in the Arabic context. However, in the English translation of this group, you see that it specifically says his, حقه. Okay, so this is a literal translation that is done by the machine translation, and it needs to be edited here. And that's why I highlighted this with the red for the students to be able to identify that there is a mistake or a problem here. Also, we have and then a space or a capitalized A. There is a problem here, so the students will be able to engage in a discussion on this problem. So these are the two suggested methods that focus on developing critical thinking using Blackboard. Also, as I said at the beginning of this talk, these examples are taken from teaching machine translation module. However, these methods can be applied to teaching any translation module. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asma. Very interesting and informative presentation on how to use machine translation in enhancing students' translation skills. The question, I'll be posing the questions and one question is about branding, unbranded messages. Actually, you mentioned that one of the challenges of using machine translation is that the machine cannot help when one is translating unbranded messages. Can you please give us an example on that?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. For example, let's say that you are translating a text and you have, let's say, a name of a brand. I'm trying to think of a brand. Currently, I'm working with my students on translating a book that is to be published, inshallah. It is on marketing. So one of the students actually used machine translation, even though she is not allowed to, as this is a graduation project, and specifically they are not allowed to use machine translation in this course. So she used machine translation, and the brand that is mentioned in the marketing book was Fair and Lovely for the skin whitening or whatever that cream. So the machine translation translated it in with a specific spelling. باللغة العربية, we are translating from English into Arabic, and the writing does not really match the way we know this brand in Arabic. And so this is one way of stripping the brand away from the intended message. Another way is that it can use a more generic term, hence neglecting the term intended. As we know, different brands that are international brands, we have an established term for them, for example, in Arabic, and they have their own brand in English. So when you use machine translation, it doesn't really recognize that this is a brand that has an established equivalent that is marketed in the Arabic world. It will just translate it as any term, and it will just give you sometimes a generic term that gives the meaning, but not necessarily the brand.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question, Dr. Asma. The attendee is asking about the rubrics. Actually, they like the idea that you make your students develop the skills of critiquing other people's translation, but they're asking, are there any specifications as to how they should go about it? Do you provide them with a certain rubrics?
That's actually a great question, and there should be a rubric in any translation. One of the most difficult things about teaching translation is actually marking translation. It's a very subjective task, hence rubric would be a great idea, especially in developing a critique on translation. However, I did not during my experience in teaching machine translation online. We would focus on mainly three levels. So the level of, well, the lexical, syntactic, and stylistic levels. And we have to either give positive or negative commentary on each of these levels. So this is basically what I did, but a certain rubric would actually be great.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, you have really invested in Blackboard in teaching translation. Now, was this the outcome of COVID? Did you start the two techniques that you informed about using Blackboard, or was this a practice that you used to do before COVID?
Actually, it was due to COVID. I had I used Blackboard as a student, but not as a tutor. I used it during my master's, and even at that time, obviously it was way before the pandemic. We just had it for announcements and content uploading and downloading. But nowadays, I actually engage with my students using the Blackboard a lot, even though we have 100% in-person classes, because I feel like when we discuss something in the class, they just forget it. And I keep repeating some points about how to translate this, how to translate that, and some things are better kept as a reference for the students. And I find them really going back and reading that reference from time to time, especially when they have projects or they have tasks to do. And they do mention that they benefit from keeping everything on the Blackboard, organized, written for them. So this is one of the things that I talked about at the beginning of this talk, is that you know, there are so many signs that show that post-pandemic education will be different. It is actually. Yes.
Indeed. Every cloud has a silver lining, and this was one of the things that we all became more aware of technology and its importance in teaching. Now, another question from Dr. Shaima Saeed. She's asking you, can you please go back to the slide on drawbacks of machine translation and provide an example on not reflecting context?
Yes, sure. So as you can see, this is one of the major drawbacks of machine translation, which is obviously lack of context. So content that has been carefully crafted in the original language will not be conveyed, resulting in a translation that may properly express the essentials, but lacks the distinctiveness and character of the original content. So for example, if we are talking about marketing, then the machine obviously will not understand that we are talking about marketing and can change or can choose any term that gives the meaning, but not necessarily in the required context. For example, the word material. If it was in education, then we are talking about information, educational material. If it was in finance, we are talking about money. If it was in, for example, a context that talks about, like solid or liquid material, then obviously it speaks about something else. So obviously context is very important. And this is a very simple example that I can think of at the moment, actually, when it comes to the lack of context. And I hope this answers the question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asma. I'd like to really thank you on sharing your expertise in using two different tools on Blackboard to enhance students' critical skills and critiquing, also peer critiquing. It was quite interesting to learn about this. I'm sure we will all benefit from your recommendations. Dr. Asma Al-Khunayair, on behalf of the Department of Linguistics and Translation at the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University, and all our audience here, I would really thank you very, very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
You're most welcome. And now we're still on the topic of translation and technology, and under the bigger theme of translation teaching method, our second session this afternoon. But first, I'd like to welcome you all again. If you have just joined us, on behalf of the Linguistics Department, of the Linguistics and Translation Department, and the College of Humanities at Prince Sultan University, you are most welcome. And some housekeeping, I'd like to remind you that we have a Twitter account. If you would like to keep up to date with our activities and events, kindly follow us on our Twitter account, which is being posted for you in the chat board. If you have any questions, kindly post them in the Q&A sessions, and you will be receiving your e-certificates within 2 weeks, inshallah, from this event, but kindly fill in the form that is posted in the chat board. Now to our second speaker this afternoon. It's interesting to have somebody from the job market. As we know, translation is a vocational profession, So our distinguished speaker is a training officer and a professional translator and reviewer at Tarjama. She is in charge of supporting novice and junior translators in honing their skills and abilities by guiding and showing them the effective ways to improve their productivity and performance. So here you have somebody from the right, from the job market, who works in the training profession. And she has actually, what makes her special is that she handled a wide range of different tasks, including machine translation, post-editing, Arabization, proofreading, copy editing, and content creation for several leading organizations in the region. Please join me to listen to the speaker about the increasing power of translation technology, presented by Mr. Sneem Al-Ashqar. Mr. Sneem, you are most welcome. You have 40 minutes and I'll be keeping track of time, and I'll remind you 5 minutes before your time is up. Tfaddali, your floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me today.
You're most welcome.
Today, as you kindly mentioned, I will talk about the increasing power of translation technology and how it's affecting our world today, especially in the language industry, the language market. Let me first share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. So, like I was saying, technology today is dominating the world, every aspect of the world, actually. It is a reality that we have to live and accept, adapt to it, and adopt it. It's not something that we can ignore or deny or resist, actually. It's a part of the revolution. It's part of human progressing and developing. So there's many examples of business that refuse to keep up with technology and fell behind. There is Kodak, there is Blockbuster, there is Nokia. Nokia is the biggest example, actually. We all had a Nokia phone in one time. It was the biggest mobile company back in the days, but now it's Apple, it's Samsung. Nokia refused to adapt to technologies, to new inventions, new development. So that's why it's not keeping up with others' competitors. Same goes in the language industry. Now it is shifting toward adopting AI, artificial intelligence.
Mr. Sneem, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you mind to slideshow so that we can
yes.
see the screen
Okay.
better?
Sure. Better now?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, great. Okay, so like I was saying, in the language industry is shifting toward adapting and shifting toward adopting the AI technology, which is getting more intelligent by the day. That's why we have to work with it and to utilize it in our benefit. So we can keep up with the market and provide the clients with more services that they need nowadays, especially that the content today is very huge. The volume of content that is now available is very big, and by default, the content that needs to be translated is also huge. So, and business clients, anyone who wants to translate, for sure is looking for the cheaper option, the better option, the more relevant, more suitable option for them. Why would I go for a human translator alone? I'm not saying that human translators nowadays are not important. They're actually the most important, but their skills are needed elsewhere. Their skills should be utilizing in other aspects, other higher aspects, such as transcreation, for example. I don't think that technology today, no matter how good it became, can do creative writing, creative translation. It can do many jobs similar to this. So, like I was saying, the impact of technology on the language industry increased over the past years. Other aspects of the technology, some examples, technology is ruling the world. There's smart homes, self-driving cars, digital banking, and in content, other besides machine translation, which will be the focus in our in my part today, is machine translation, of course. There's text mining, there is the data annotation and text mining and other types. Okay, the definition of translation technology. It is the automation of the content to transfer it from language A to language B, using software, using advanced tools to support this process and make it easier for translators, for human translators. Like I've mentioned earlier, their skills now are needed elsewhere in more refined job. They are now responsible for the main task, the main task of translating. So let's leave the mechanical secondary tasks for machines. Why bother translating some very easy content that won't add anything to my experience, for example? Leave it to the machine. The hotel reviews. Why would I translate someone's opinion in the food, in the AC? It's not something very important, actually. Let's focus on translating the sensitive nature, the sensitive type of content, legal. I'm sure no one wants to give a legal content to a machine to translate it alone without the supervision, without having a human translator to check it before having it complete. Like I was saying, there are many tasks in the language industry and the translation process. Some of them are related to the mechanical part, the uploading, the formatting, the alignment. These types of tasks are related to the are features of the CAT tools, the many CAT tools that are utilized nowadays in many companies in the language market. And there is also the main task, of course, it is the translation itself, the transferring the content from language to another. So some of the examples of the technology tools, there is the CMS, the content management system, and it is the system that is dealing with and processing the digital content. There is the machine translation, which will I give further detail about in the coming slides. And there is the language assets, the glossaries, style guides, translation memories, and many other examples. There is also the translation management system, information which is also related, which is a system that set up the workflow of the process from A to Z. And of course, we have the CAT tools, which is take care of all the let's say we upload to it the content, it extract the words so split it in segments, and of course take care of the font, alignment, anything such as. Okay, like I said, markets are flooded with different types of content, so we have to be faster and give better rates, so we can translate this huge volume of content. There's tens of and hundreds of languages that we need to translate to. So we can't afford wasting time on redundant secondary tasks that we can deploy the technology to help us complete it. So exactly what we have to do is embracing this innovative approach and to adopt anything that would help us deliver huge content to the market in a very short period of time. There are 4 types of human intervention in translation. It increase and decrease depending on the quality that we are targeting. Of course, the human translation is by default the highest quality. There is also at the beginning we have number 1, we have a fully automated high quality translation, which is exactly the machine translation without any intervention of human, zero human involvement here. Also, we have 2 other types, which is related to the utilizing CAT tools in it. We utilize CAT tools in those, the second and the third type. We have the human-aided machine translation and the machine-aided translation. Here, the involvement of the human translator differ, depending again on the quality we are aiming for. Finally, we have the traditional human translation, which is there is here a zero involvement from the machine. I guess in this right now, if we want to utilize human translation like in poems, in literary work, if the content needs to be localized, for example, if in marketing slogans, we need actually to create, you know how it's work when we are having a slogan, for example. We are basically creating something else. We're taking the message, the main point of the source text, and we are translating it in our own words, using our own words. So here, I don't think that machine could, right now, we don't know what will happen in the future, of course, but right now, I don't think that the machine is capable of doing such tasks that need this creative touch, the creative human touch that only us can provide right now. For CAT tools, of course, CAT tools have translation memories, term bases, and glossaries. There are many features of the CAT tools that we need to be familiar with, so it would help us in the process of translation and providing a very big, a huge number of words to be translated. Some examples of the CAT tools and the translation of the TMS translation management system. We have Dina Dhow as the Eltrados, MemSource, and of course we have Cleverso, which is developed by Terjama to address the Arabic. What is very perfect actually about Cleverso, it addresses the Arabic languages. The Arabic language, unlike the other types of CAT tools. So what also is very great about it is it's been trained using our own content, what we have produced. So it is very reliable, it gives a very great high quality output. And of course, it's not crowdsourced, so it is also the privacy is at the top, of course. Okay, here is the CAT tools. There's at the bottom we have MemSource. At the top, of course, we have Cleverso. This is by default when we put the pre-translate feature in Cleverso. When we run it, by default the output up the segments, so it's even easier, and allow the translator to only focus on his job to check the machine translation quickly as a proofreading task, actually. Okay, types of machine translation. There are three main types of machine translation. There is the rule-based, the statistical, and the neural. The rule-based is the very first type. It works while processing. It is based actually on grammar and language rules, and the exception of these rules. It focuses on the syntax rules, the semantic, the morphological, anything that has to do with grammar and language in general. The statistical rule is the statistical based machine translation, SMT, is actually based on calculations and numbers, probabilities. So it needs a huge volume of corpora, of content in dual language, in bilingual content, actually, which is something. It's not very. The first two, the rule and the statistical, main issue is that it's break the sentence down. It translates word by word, unlike the neural machine translation, which is the new kid on the block, actually. It is the most advanced. It's become very familiar after Google announced that it started using it in 2015 and 2016, something like that. So what is very special about neural machine translation in MT is that it uses neural networks to look at the content as whole. It mimics the way the human translator brain works in processing the language. It connects the sentences together. It utilizes the translation memory and train itself, actually, to train itself. The more you feed the engine with the translation memory, with content that has been translated by a human, the more it becomes better. Like I said, Microsoft and Google started focusing on neural networks because it gives a very high quality for the content. It mimics the how the human brain processes the content. Also, it gives a very similar, actually, after editing, of course. It needs a lower effort of editing and proofreading. So it will allow the translator to produce more every day, of course. And the reasons behind the widespread of machine translation is it's become more available every day. It's easier it became very easy to use, to install. It increased the ability to support the traditional translation process. No more worrying about the secondary tasks, the mechanical part. We can leave all that for the machine. We as a human, our skills are now became only to beautify the language, to give this human artistic touch to it. Also, a machine translation enables greater efficiency in the traditional market, traditional content language. With deploying new technologies, neural machine translation in MT has become the mainstream. Right now, in MT is the most efficient, the most famous type, actually. We can't only get back to deploying the SMT or the statistical or the rule-based, because it's, like I've said, it breaks the sentence down. In some languages, the same word is split in two. So the machine can't figure out how to process these cases. So it gives a very false mistranslations, actually. This is the process actually of how the machine translation works. So the empty, and let me explain on this graph. So we upload the content on the system. There is the machine translation and the translation memories work together. They are the two faces for the same coin actually. So the machine translation is takes its output according to the translation memory. That's why I've said that the more you fed the engine of the translation memory, the better the output is you will have. So it utilized the translation memory and the raw output, the remaining raw output that wasn't utilized by the TM, the translation memory, is automatically translated into something new. That's where the translator is need to work on the raw output that hasn't been utilized to the previous translation. Here we have the translator works as an post editor to thoroughly look what he got from the translation memory, the translation, the raw translation. Of course, there are different types of content. The most suitable type that works very well with the machine translation, that the machine handled it very well, is the short, the content with short, straightforward content that doesn't need very extensive research, for example, or that is very straightforward again, or not very important in nature, such as the reviews of client, the reviews of customers, the user documentation, the technical content, assistance content, manual. We only need the content to be the translated content to be to make sense, to be very readable. That's it. We don't need high quality in it. So steps to produce better quality raw translation. In general, the suitability of content increases if the content has been optimized for machine translation. So at the beginning, if we want a better output, I suggest we look at the source file before uploading it to the system. We make sure that the quality of the content is perfect, the punctuation is in its place, there won't be any ambiguity that the machine wouldn't be able to process. That would make the machine job much easier, and by default gives better quality. Machine translation because it works best with the simple repetitive content where some words are reused and synonyms are minimized by using controlled English guidelines. That's what this is the job of the post-editing task, to control the source content and create and modify using a content management system to save high quality translated content and reuse it for future projects, which will also reduce the cost for clients for their upcoming project, because their previous work is already saved, which means that it will be utilized. The repetitions will be will be used in the new content, and which means their cost will be less. So the most important benefit of using MT is removing the bottlenecks from the translation process. Any secondary tasks, the machine will handle it. It will increase the overall efficiency. It will reduce the translation cost. It will reduce the content time to market. It will improve the consistency, especially when using the translation memory. It will also increase the productivity. The human translator is expected to translate from 2,000 to 2,500 words per day, while when utilizing the machine translation, he can do almost 5,000 words per day. If it's in his domain, of course, and if he's familiar with the machine translation and after practice. That's what I've mentioned about the increasing in the number of words per day that the translator can handle when benefiting from the machine translation. Okay, so back in the day when we have a huge project, huge translation project of 1 million words, for example, before it was the team handling the project was consisting of hundreds of translators. So of course, when there is a huge number of translators working on the same project, this will affect the unification. The quality will go up and down from translator to another. Not every human translator skills is the same, is in the same, it's not the same, differ from one to other. While today, when utilizing the machine translator, only a small group of translators, 20, for example, or 30, could handle the project, give a better content, a better translation in a shorter period of time, and gives a very high quality, which of course is better. So when we are looking at the output of the translation, the output of the machine, we have to decide whether it needs live post editing or full post editing. This depends on multiple factors, actually. We first want to see if what degree the quality we're aiming for, what is the type of the content. Also, we want actually we only need to ask the client if he wants a raw machine translation or he wants a combination of the both. He wants the raw output to be edited by a human translator, an MTPE editor. So the difference between the light and the full edits is the quality, like I've said. The light in the light MTPE, I want the translation to be understandable, to be to make sense. Actually, that's it. Besides, of course, there is some specific elements that we have to look at. The special some guidelines that we need. Not anything we put at the machine, we can take it. Even if there is, we are aiming for a light MTPE, we need to ensure that the text is grammatically, syntactically, and semantically correct. We need to correct punctuation, ensure the formatting is correct. The formatting here by copying tags, make sure the tags are in the right place, and to improve the readability in general. Correct major translations. We don't have to correct any minor mistranslation that won't affect the overall meaning. If the output makes sense, then we will use it without focusing on style, on the how beautiful or rigid the translation is. We only want it to make sense. That is the goal of the light MTPE. On the other hand, the full MTPE, the full edits, we want the output to be very similar to the human translation. So in that case, we need to correct on the exact choice of words, what have the machine picked for the as an equivalent for this source. We need to ensure that nothing is missing or added. We also want to ensure that the style and tone are appropriate to the content being translated. We want to ensure that the terminology is correctly translated and ensure that the formatting, of course, the first 3 points, the formatting, the punctuation, the grammar, syntax, semantic, the same in the first two types, sorry, the light and the full. So for the light in TPE, some examples of content that we can apply light edits on it are the Q&A, the frequently asked questions, and the user-generated content. While for the full edits, nearly all types of text, anything that need to be localized, anything that need this creative touch that a human can provide. If it's consumer facing, actually, if it will be widespread, if it has this sensitive nature, we need to look at it thoroughly and don't ignore anything in the translation process. So how can we increase our productivity and comfort with machine translation? We can consider, like I've said, to apply pre-editing phase in the process and prepare the text for the machine translation. We need to correct the mistakes in the source text, grammar, punctuation, especially punctuation, as it makes a very huge difference in processing the text. Also, we need to check the spelling to remove ambiguities, simplify structure, breaking long sentences down into shorter ones. This will make the machine output much better. Also, machine translation loves text that the engine that has been trained for. The more you customize your engine for a specific domain, the more you'll have a higher quality, better output. If the engine has been trained and customized for translating specific types of text, that's what it does best. So there will be an customized engine for a medical domain, for example, for a legal domain, depending on the translation memory and what has we have been giving the engine to train itself for. Machine translation love assistance from CAT tools and other software. You have to master the use of, so you have to master the CAT tools features. You have to be very familiar with anything in the feature that will make your life easier as a post editor. You need to utilize whether the filter feature, the Q&A, there are many features in the CAT tool that we can utilize and which will help us to produce more translation in shorter time. What is the approach to handle machine translation output? First, we need to read the target segment. Unlike the traditional human translation, we usually when we are translating without the assistance of, when we are not utilizing machine translation, we usually read first the source, then we read the start translating, then we read what we have translated. Here, on the other hand, we read the output first, then we compare it to the source text. Then we make a decision very quickly in a few seconds. We ask ourselves, does the machine output reflect the meaning of the source? And does the existing text need to be changed? Here, I need to be biased. I know maybe in my point of view, I know that as a human translator, I will produce a much better equivalent for this content. But I need to utilize the the machine, what the machine have provided me. I need to accept it. Only apply the edits that is very necessary to make sure that nothing is missing, no translation, whether minor or major, just to make sure everything is correct and makes sense. And the style is good. I'm not looking for excellence here. Even if my again, even if I was better, I know my output as a human translator, I know I will give much better output, but I need to utilize and use as much raw output as possible. And then after making this decision, whether I'm changing it because it needs to be changed or because I prefer to change it, I want to add my style. So after making this decision, I either confirm the MTP output, edit it, or delete it, and translate from scratch. So shifting your role from T to MTP. We need to understand that only translators can be post-editors, not anyone who can speak English or French or Italian can translate to French or Italian. Of course, I need to master the source and the target language. I need to be familiar with the type of the text. I guess it is the best approach to start using machine translation with the type of text that I am familiar with. If I am very good in medical, for example, let me start with this domain. If I'm good in tourism, if I am good in media, if I'm good in, if I give my best in legal, for example, I should start using machine translation in this domain. Also, again, I need to be very familiar with CAD tools to use every feature of it in order to produce faster. And I need to accept the machine translation, be open to it, be open to accepting it. Before many have refused to use it. Actually, they'd be shocked if you'll ask them to work using machine translation. But actually, it's your ally, it's your assistant. It's here to help you, to allow you to focus, to utilize your skills in other domains, other tasks, other more important tasks. It helps you save time when typing, make you work faster. You enhance the translation with words that usually you don't think of. Sometimes the equivalent of the Arabic is on the tip of your tongue, but you can't just figure it out. The machine will help you to figure what you are looking for.
Ms. Tasneem, if I can remind you to round up your presentation, please, because we need to leave time for the Q&A, please.
Of course. How much time do I have left?
Not much, actually.
Okay, then we need to. Okay.
I thought we were approaching the end, isn't it?
Okay, then to end this my part quickly. What I need to say is to accept the machine translation, to think of it as your ally. It's not your enemy. You don't have to fear it. It's not a competition between us and technology. Actually, we need to work hand in hand. If we fear it, or if we want to compete with it, we will lose. We can't compete with the machine, with the technology. So that's it for today, and thank you. So we can move to Q&A now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tasneem. Very enlightening, informative presentation. We've got a couple of questions for you here.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Noura Al-Musa is asking about the personal bias is unavoidable. Can it be controlled and minimized?
can it be controlled and minimized? It is something that will happen over time, actually. You may not accept it at first, but after task after task, when you utilize it the first time, the second time, the third time, you will notice that it will help you, that it's reducing your effort. It makes you produce more translation in less time. So you will enjoy more coffee breaks, actually, which is better, or tea. If you're not a coffee person, so who doesn't want that, actually? So yeah, it will be very hard at the beginning, but after seeing its positive side, you will actually enjoy it.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question.
Mhm.
Now, you come from the job market and you have been working so much on using technology in translation. Now, we are the academics. We are the person who review curriculum, and we are interested in introducing changes to our curriculum that will enhance the skills of the students when they go to the job market. Now, if I can use the word translate, now if we are to translate your expertise and your experience as a trainer in the job market in Tarjama, what recommendations would you give to us as curriculum review experts? What shall we introduce into our syllabi or into our curriculum? What kind of material, other than because we have a course in computer assisted translation. What other recommendations would you make, please?
Okay. For you said you are already giving the CAT tools.
Yes.
The CAT tool is not everything. The CAT tool is only it takes care of the mechanical tasks, the uploading, the splitting between the content between batches, the formatting, the downloading, and of course other features. But the machine translation is something else. It's not very related. It works. It's intertwined with the CAT tools, but it's in itself. It's something else. I suggest that that in universities, in college, there should be a course for MTPE, machine translation post editing, how to work with an output that it's already there. How to process the raw output, the raw machine output, what we have, not when to keep it as is, when to change it, when to apply full edits, when to apply light edits. There are many aspects that should be given to the students before they graduate and go to the job market, because you don't want them to be shocked, actually, when they are expecting to, let's say, have 200 to complete 200 or 250 words per hour, when the company will be asking them to complete 500 words per hour. It's a very huge difference. So we have to prepare them while they are in the universities, how to work with the machine translation, especially that the number of the machine translation post editor is rising every day. So it's not actually an option right now to choose between human translation and machine translation. The whole market, the whole agencies, clients are looking for the easier, faster, cheaper option. So now it's not an option. We have to shift toward machine translation. So MTPE is the solution for this, to give them the MTPE overview while they are in the college, and to focus on the practical part. I've talked with many students before. I've known that they only take it as a theoretical part, theoretical information. No, we should focus on the practical part to apply a CAT tool with a machine translation, to let them work with it, so they can be prepared for whatever they will be facing in the job market.
Okay, thank you very much. I think a similar question from Dr. Mustafa. How important do you consider it to be that universities incorporate CAD tools and machine translation in the teaching of translation?
It is very vital, actually. Like I've said, it's not option. They, especially now, okay, fine. If they're in the 4th year, maybe they will be shocked after graduating. But let's focus, especially in the it's kind of too late now. Okay, but let's focus on the students as in the Mr. Mustafa, I guess, have mentioned that we have sorry, Dr. Mustafa mentioned that we need to utilize this in the early stages. I agree with him. We have to. This is something very critical. The moment they enter the college, we have to give them an overview of the future of translation technology. Machine translation in particular.
Okay, thank you. Another question, Dr. Iman Al-Mutairi, and I do, actually, I was about to ask you the same question about the Cleverso that you developed by Tarjama. It's quite interesting. Is it a web-based CAD tool? Does it have an Arabic user interface? And is it free, or do students need to pay fees to use it?
First of all, it's a cloud-based system. It's a translation management system. Take care of the translation process from A to Z, starting from splitting the content, assigning it to translators. It gives you even the rates. It literally takes care of every single aspect. Besides the very high quality output of its machine translation, of its embedded machine translation. It's been developed by a company that is a leader in the region, in the Arabic region, for the Arabic translators. So for more details, there is the website of Tarjama regarding the how you can download it, how you can utilize it, how you can work with it in students. We even give courses to Cleverso, how we can give it to students. There's very, everything is covered actually in Cleverso at Tarjama. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that was quite informative. If you can kindly post your email in the chat box, because people seem to be very interested in machine translation and CAD tools. And
of course.
Yeah, but one last question: which book do you recommend for translation students for CAD tools from Dr. Ali Raza?
I actually have several books that I looked at. Actually, I'm not. I don't have the names of the books, but I can send it to him. I don't know if he can give me his email, so I can give him.
If you can kindly, if you can kindly share your email and
sure, in the chat box or in the Q&A.
Yeah, in the chat box, please. Yeah, so that everybody can see it.
And
on behalf of the Linguistics and Translation Department at the College of Humanities of Prince Sultan University, and on behalf of all our, mashallah, we have great audience. Over 75 people have been listening to you. We really wish to thank you, Ms. Tasneem Al-Ashqar, for really informing us about what's happening in the job market, more specifically on the 5 major tools that are used, technology tools that are used to help the translators of today. Thank you very much,
Thank you so much. And thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
You're most welcome. And now we are moving to a new the third theme today in our teaching, translation teaching methods, which is about assessment and performance enhancement. So we have two speakers this afternoon to tell us more about assessment and performance enhancement. Assessment has always been an issue, and we heard from Dr. Abdul Hameed this morning in his research at Al Jouf University that one of the challenges that students mentioned were the rubrics that are used in assessing translation, that it's sometimes vague and students find it difficult to know what is the instructor really looking for. So I'd like to, again, for those who have joined us, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the Linguistics and Translation Department at the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University to our seminar today on translation teaching methods, and more specifically on assessment and performance enhancement. Some housekeeping. I'd like to remind you all that we have a Twitter account. So if you are interested in keeping up to date with our upcoming events and activities, kindly follow us on Twitter. And if you have any questions while listening to our distinguished speakers, kindly post your questions in the Q&A section. You will be receiving your e-certificate in around 2 weeks from the event. So kindly fill in the form that is posted to you. And our Twitter account is also posted on the chat board. Now, our next distinguished speaker is from the Saudi Electronic University. She's an assistant professor in the Department of English and Translation at the College of Sciences and Theoretical Studies at the Saudi Electronic University. She holds a BA in English Language and Literature from King Abdulaziz University. Her master's is in linguistics, again from King Abdulaziz University, and she holds a PhD from Kent State University in Ohio, and it is about تقييم المترجم. Now, as to her publications, quite an impressive CV. I'll read them in Arabic so as not to do any mistakes in translation, because they were shared with us in Arabic. So she has published a research paper on الجامعة السعودية الإلكترونية بصفتها رائدة في التعليم المدمج، تجربة تعليم الترجمة من خلال التعليم المدمج في قسم اللغة الإنجليزية والترجمة. She has also published another research paper on استفادة طالبات الجامعة السعودية الإلكترونية من خصائص ومواد البلاك بورد. And another research paper on تصميم هيكل تنظيمي للمترجمين مبني على نموذج دريفس لاكتساب المهارات. Now, she has also translated a number of books. She has translated the كتاب فن الملاحظة, The Art of Noticing by Bob Walker. She has also translated the book لماذا نترجم, Why Translation Matters by Edith Grossman. She's now currently working on publishing two of her translated books. One is يا عقلي المنهك عن سيكولوجية الملل, Out of My Skull, and she's also translating السعودية المتغيرة ثقافة وفن ومجتمع للكاتب الأمريكي شون فولي. So please join me to welcome Dr. Nuha Al-Awaidi, who is going to share with us her expertise on the challenges and solutions in evaluating translation assignments. Thank you very much, Dr. Nuha. The floor is yours. I'll try to remember and to remind you, you have 40 minutes, and I'll remind you 5 minutes before your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was really an interesting meeting since this morning. I really appreciated all the colleagues and really interesting presentations throughout. And I would like to thank, of course, Jamiat Al-Amir Sultan for this great organization of this meeting. I hope my slide is clear now for everyone.
No, we can see your file, your Explorer.
Okay. I think, yes, I think this one is a good one. Now.
Yes, yeah, we can see it now. Thank you.
Okay. So I will talk. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I know that it's like 30 to 40. Let's say 30 minutes because there are 10 cut off. Okay, I will talk about challenging and solutions in evaluating translation assignments in academia, whether it's schools or university programs. My agenda will be that I will give a brief historical background of translation evaluation in the professional context, in the pedagogical context, and finally I'll give samples from evaluation in academia. I will start with the professional context. What do I mean by professional context? These are kind of evaluation tools or rubrics that are created in the market by some organizations that have, or of course, translation departments in-house. So they are professional, and how they differ than the pedagogical ones is that these are more practical. They are built and customized for the market, not based on theoretical research and translation or so. So that's why they are considered professional context or practical, not. I will start one by one with, as you can see here, CCAL is a Canadian, ATA is American, SAY is automotive. This is in the car industry. Yes, not amazingly. Car industry really needs translation, because car factories are all around the world, and they produce and export cars all over the world. So translation is a major issue there. Okay, so let's start one by one. I'll talk about, okay. So just a brief introduction of common features among all of these professional translation tools. First of all, I said that they're designed and used in companies, commercial companies, like factories or so, and they are used on daily basis, like the translators or the translation themselves as products are evaluated daily before the final release of the published documents. We have CCAL. These are the number of examples of tools I will explain, all of which are analytic and quantitative. Now we need to know the nature of the CAT tool or rubric before we decide to use which one in our teaching, because it really goes hand in hand with the purpose of our translation outcomes. So these are analytic and quantitative. Three of their essential features are: number one, they test the translated product, not the process, which is something we don't, which is something not enough in academia, okay? To just test the product of the students, we need to look at the process. Number two, they center on the concept of translation error, which is something also we don't want to disencourage students when they receive their translation with marking of errors with red pen or with the comments if it's a Word document on the sides, while it's only about the errors. We don't actually in academia just focus on that. We have to also put in the rubric the strength points also. There is no, the third feature common among these kind of professional tools is that there is no consensus as what constitutes an acceptable translation and what is not acceptable. Okay, let's now go to sorry. Let's go into details about, let's talk about CCAL. CCAL is the Canadian Language Quality Management System. It was established in Canada in the 70s as the property of Canadian Government's Translation Bureau. CCAL was based on an error scheme that distinguished between transfer error and language error and labeled the errors as being major or minor. Now, it's really complex. It has 675 error types. Okay, 300 of them are lexical and 375 are syntactic. They are shown in a table for the reviewer to check errors in the document. In judging the acceptability of a translation, the major errors were the ones that counted most. Of course, in the end, it's quantitative. That's why it has number values for each error, and then in the end, it will count out. And yeah, it will have a numeric value in the end. A major error was considered to have occurred when, upon translating an essential element from the source text, the translator failed to render the exact meaning of the original, created confusion with respect to the meaning, or used incorrect or inadequate language. Criticism to CCAL includes the following. According to Williams, CCAL entailed sample analysis at the word and sentence level, not on the text as a whole. So it only focused on the lexical and syntactic level, ignoring the textual level. Also, the fact that CCAL deals only with syntactic and semantic aspect means it overlooks any phenomena that occur at the level of a sentence. Okay. This is about CCAL. And because actually it has more than 100 criteria, that's something almost impossible for teachers to use in regular and frequent assignments at schools. We also have the American Translation Association, which is an assessment model that takes an approach similar to that of CCAL. It also is error-based. Luckily, the ATA has only 23 error types, ranging from terminology and register to accent and diacritical marks. The framework for standardized error marking is published on the ATA website. You can you can all go and see this table, their table. Or the rubric actually, and it encompasses the following error categories. Let's show you. These are the categories. They are actually designed in a table. They have addition marked as an error, capitalization, false amis, false cognates or false friends, we call them, illegibility, literalness, misunderstanding, punctuation, cohesion, faithfulness, grammar, omission, register, style. Here, as you can see, they pay attention to textual element level, where they have interest in cohesion, and that's really the connection among all the text. And they have the register, style, terminology. So it's a little bit advanced than more advantages than the CCAL in the less number of errors and in taking attention and having consideration to the textual level. So the evaluator, sorry, or the reviser or the teacher who's correcting should spot the translation errors again, then assign numbers, either 1, 2, these are the points given to the error, until 16, from 1 to 16 error points for each error. For example, a passage of 225 words with a final score of 18 or higher is marked as a failed translation. So there is a threshold number to give a value or give a result that this document failed and needs to be resubmitted, or it's ready to publish. This approach to assign weighted a weighting or a predefined scale to every translation error rather than to simply mark an error as minor or major, rapidly gained popularity, as this is kind of the advantages, as it was considered a step forward in the development of the translation quality model. But while acknowledging that such a scale is more refined, we cannot accept that it's objective. Some of the disadvantages of the ATA evaluation scale are summarized as the following. The problem with this type of scale is objectivity. There are no criteria to determine what constitutes a 2-point error or a 4 error. So this is the inter-rater reliability. As explained, if I'm a reviewer, I might assign this error a 4 or 2 or 6, and another reviewer can assign a different number. So this is the major problem with the ATA. Furthermore, a scale focuses on sentence level errors rather than text level errors. Okay, let's look at this one. This is more interesting. The automotive industry developed this rubric, and it's called SAE J200 2450 2450 is another translation evaluation model developed by the Society of Automotive Engineers. That's the SAE, where the SAE comes from, and its collaboration with General Motors, the car factory, of course. The aim of this model was to provide standard quality metrics for the automotive industry. This standard is generic, and that's really a point of strength because it can be used in China, in America, in Germany, and everywhere. It's generic, it's not language specific, as it's irrespective to the source target language to the process followed in translation. So it offers objective measurements, objective measurements, and that's really the strength of this model. Not like the ATA, we said that it lacks the objectivity. So this one has an objective measurement methods for evaluating the linguistic quality of automotive service information. The model consists of 4 parts, 7 error categories, 2 subcategories, 2 meta roles, and numeric weight. Again, numbers, quantitative are present here. The 7 error categories are, number 1, wrong term, and then there are subcategories under them, and they are also represented in tables. Syntactic error, omission, word structure or arrangement error, misspelling, punctuation error, and miscellaneous error. These error categories focus on overall understanding of the content rather than on the style. After the errors are found, the evaluator classifies them into subcategories as a major or minor. According to this, second here, I can see this. So according to its relevance in the source text, each error has a certain weight. The final score is obtained by adding up the scores of errors and dividing the result number regarding the number of words in the text. The meta rules serve to help the evaluator decide ambiguities on the assignment of an error to the categories of a subcategories. This model has been criticized also for being inappropriate for other fields. So it's really designed and customized for auto industry. If you want to apply it in paper industry or publications or a factory for furniture or so, you might not really get the benefit of it. So that's the major problem. Is that it's really specialized for the assigned field. Another criticism was the lack of a defined threshold between the acceptable and unacceptable translation. Nevertheless, the main advantage of this metric is its ease of use and its applicability regardless of source target language. So that was the advantage, the main advantage. Okay. Okay, I'd like to go. Okay, so this one, another translation evaluation model is called Blackjack for the professional context, which was developed by the British Translation Agency. The Blackjack is a software application developed to rate 21 error types. Luckily, we're shrinking the number of errors. With the description and corresponding numerical value, the system rates errors according to the impact of error has to acceptability of the translation, the impact of the error has on the intelligibility of the translation, and the amount of time is taken to improve the translation. The software automatically allocates the appropriate value to each error detected by a human evaluator and gives a total score at the end. Okay. The manufacturers of Blackjack claim that it was developed for use on any translation project for all industries, including customer-facing literature and marketing literature with a high public profile. So here they are competing with the SAE. By the fact or what they claim that it's generic to all industries. Its primary function is translation evaluation with a view to performance improvement also. The Blackjack and the SAE models are basically the same. The only difference is that the 7 general categories in SAE were replaced by a set of 21 categories in Blackjack. So that's when they added more to the 7 categories that made the Blackjack general and applicable to all industries. Most of the above mentioned analytic translation quality assessment models fall under the category of experience-based and anecdote approaches, meaning that they are not theoretically based, they are not based on research. And here comes the other type of evaluation tools, which are called the pedagogical tools or translation evaluation tools that are designed based on pedagogical context, meaning that they are based on translation theory and research based. Okay, we have the first one, or the first batch, come under the reader response approach, and the second one is the functional approach and the pragmatic approach. So translation evaluation models that have been used in the pedagogical context are mainly theoretical and meant for the use in the classroom. So this part of my talk is about the tools that are applicable in classroom, not to be used. They're not designed for the industry, and the powerful thing about them is that they are, according to us academic people, maybe for the industry it's not a big deal, but for us in academia, we rely a lot about research-based results and approaches. So they are either holistic or analytic. Okay, so here this is the first time we are encountered with holistic. All the previous tools and rubrics are error based, and they follow the error scheme. Although they are designed for educational purposes with some customization and simplification, they can be used in a professional context. So this direction, going back to from academia to industry, is a powerful feature here. Okay, let's start with the reader response approach. As one of the oldest and most classic evaluation approaches, we, as specialized in translation, We all know NIDA, Eugene NIDA, with the main premise behind his approach is that the readers of the translation responded as same as the readers of the source target, which is the equivalence that we all know when we all teach our students, the dynamic equivalence and the formal equivalence and so forth. So this kind of rubric or this kind of evaluation tool has a major advantage, which is it appreciates the role of the target audience. Okay, here this is, since I started my talk, this is the first time we see the target reader or the target recipient present. So, and it recognizes the translation effects on the reader as a measure of translation quality. So this is the criteria. Okay, this is the final line here in the slide. This is the criteria that is that this approach base its evaluation on. Nevertheless, there are several drawbacks to this model. First, it's almost impossible to maintain the same reader response across all readers among different ages of time, among different generations of readers, among different cultures, among different societies, and so forth. Number two, the reader response may not be equally important for all texts, especially for those that are not reader-oriented, such as legal text. Thirdly, the reader response approach is a time-consuming and difficult to apply and difficult to actually detect and to measure. Okay, so this one, it's the one I just explained, the NIDA's approach. It's more of a subjective one and kind of vague to apply in the classroom. Let's look at the functional approach. Katharina Rice's functional approach aims initially at systemizing the assessment of the translation based on distinguishing the three basic language functions, the representation, expression, and persuasion. From these, Rice derived three corresponding text types: the informative text, the expressive text, the operative text. So in her model of translation assessment, she divides the text into two main sections as a linguistic criteria and extra linguistic components. In the linguistic components, of course, we have semantic equivalence, lexical adequacy. These are the elements, okay, to be considered criteria when we correct a homework. This actually was the first type of rubrics or evaluation tools used in schools and university. You look at the lexical adequacy, grammatical errors or correctness, and the stylistic correspondence. Number two, the extra linguistic components encompasses immediate situation, the subject matter, effective implications, and factors of time, place, audience, and speakers. However, the text typology approach is not without criticism. We have some questions here. Why should there be only three types of language functions? Most texts are interrelated, fulfilling multiple functions. So how can we decide which method of translation assessment to use? Number three, why should the source text be the most important text in the equation? Here in the functional approach with Katharina Rice, there is I don't want to say ignorance, but yeah, maybe there's ignorance to the target text. The focus is on the main
Dr. Dhow, 5 more minutes, please. Yeah, you have 5 more minutes. I'm just reminding you.
Thank you. Okay, but remember that I started 2:10, okay?
Yes, yeah, we do.
I tried to do my best.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, the third is the pragmatic approach. Proponents of the pragmatic approach to translation assessment claim that the translation quality is based on equivalent to function to the original. Here we have Juliana House And here is a tremendous turn in translation quality assessment, because she designed this model, and it's called TQA. The goal of the model is to reach a functional equivalence between the original and the translation-based pragmatic. Colina, Sonia Colina. Now this one, Dina Dhow designed her model in 2001, and then Sonia Colina added or updated it, or added more modification. It became so powerful in 2008. So the one, or the model proposed by Colina in 2008 was initiated from a theoretical standpoint of an academic background, and it can be used in several documents, especially medical documents, and it can be also transferred to any type of text. And these are the main criteria used in this translation quality tool: the target language, examination of the quality of the translation, linguistic form, spelling, grammar, lexicon, functional and textual adequacy, non-specialized content, the meaning itself, the assessment of whether the content accurately reflects the original text, specialized content and terminology, and appraisal of translation accuracy of special terminology and specialized context. Okay. Now, my last part of my presentation today, or my talk today, evaluation, some samples of evaluation in academia. I'll show you some sample of evaluation tool for the course of summary translation, simultaneous interpretation, and translation project. These are two different courses taught in the Saudi Electronic University. I use them myself. So these are practical things and real things, not just talking about theory. As you can see here, this is the summary translation course. And this is the rubric to evaluate the assignments. In summary translation, the students are required to summarize the text first, okay? And then record their oral translation, because that's the point of summary translation. It's considered of two steps. So as you can see here, we have the criteria for the summary itself. The length, we have, if it's fourth of the original, then they will have the full point. The content, all main and supporting ideas are available, so they will have 1 point. And then the mechanicals, punctuations and spelling and so forth, cohesion, and everything is written here for the students to see ahead of time with the question or with the text to be translated. And then they would have the summary. They would have so let's say this the total grade is out of 5, so they will have 2.5 for the summarizing, and then they will have the 2.5 for their oral recording, quality of the translation, of course, and then the mechanical conventions, again, oral recording, perfect pronunciation, and Arabic grammar, or English grammar when it's vice versa. But this one comes with assignments that are from English to Arabic. Okay. And then, yeah, we have also for another course, which is called simultaneous interpretation, we have a different rubric. As you can see here, quality of the interpretation. Now here, the assignment is a recording of a simultaneous interpretation. So we will hear the student's voice. So they will have the full mark for quality of interpretation, 3 points. If the interpretation hits all major points, then the interpretation completely renders every idea. However, they will have only 2 points if the interpretation doesn't match or it has confusion in some parts or whatever. Main point is that, as you can see, you can see here 3 points full mark, 2 points when it's lacking an element, 0 points if most of the criteria are not available. So this is how the student will see how to be guided. Grammatical accuracy, again, we have 2 points if it's full, 1.0. Fluency, 1.5. And then if you count from here, 3, 2, 1.5, 1.5 and 1.5 are 3, and 2, 5, sorry, 3 and 2 is 5, and 3 is an 8. So, and then 8 is the total, or the the grade of the assignment are 8 of 8 if it's full. Also, we have the punctuation, fluency. Okay. Here is a translation project. You know that most universities have a final project, and if it's a translation project, these are I don't know if I can, yeah, make it larger. You have the criteria: usefulness and transfer of meaning, from 8 to 10 points, terminology and style, and then there is an explanation. This is the most important thing, to specify the criteria: text type, adhering to the text type, target language mechanics, preparation, and all. So these are the possible points from 8 to 10. It might be 7, it might be 8, it might be 9, and so forth. So it's really clear for students. They would know everything. And finally, my last slide, crucial remarks regarding the designing the tools and making sure of its usability. The course coordinator has the authority to edit the evaluation tool, especially in universities that have a course coordinator supervising several sections taking the same course. So he or she will be the guide to ensure that all instructors are using the same rubric and they're following the same grading scheme and everything. So the course coordinator is also responsible to explain the rubric to the course instructors. The course coordinator makes sure that all instructors are using the same rubric for all courses. That ensures consistency among sections and will enhance the quality. And I know that we are all obsessed with malafat al-jawda and quality files and this stuff. So that will make us in this area, that will help a lot.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much.
Last line, because it's really important. Instructors are responsible to explain to students the rubric at the beginning of the course. And that's it. And thank you very much.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Dr. Nuha. It was really, really informative. You took us through the journey of showing us the tools used for evaluation in the industry. Then you showed us the evaluation tools used in academia. And finally, you showed us practical applications of how you yourself at your university do use some evaluation techniques and rubrics. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. Highly informative. Some questions. Now, this question, this issue usually comes up when people are teaching simultaneous interpretation now, regarding the length of the it's the oral text that is being presented. Now, if we are starting with students for the first time doing interpretation, what is your recommendation? How long should the video or whatever the audio file should be?
Okay. Yes, we usually have it 3 minutes to 5 maximum. The video
with beginners and
yes.
With advanced students
10 minutes max, for several reasons. Yes, for several, considering the level of the students, as you remarked, and also technical issues, because you cannot upload files that are too big It will make it when you receive the files from students. Let's say the section is 20 students or so. It will be heavy for the system, and it will take a lot of effort from the teacher themselves, you know.
Yes.
So it's convenient for both.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and it's not only one. There is a minimum number of 5 assignments for a course. 5 assignments for simultaneous for beginners, the ones that is 3 minutes to 5. They will have during the semester, the 3-month semester, they will be having 5 home assignments to keep them practicing, and the same with the advanced.
Okay, about the summary translation course now, at what level do you offer this course?
The 7th.
So it's
semester.
Quite an advanced course.
It's only one. It's only one.
It's offered only once, yeah. And how long is usually the text that you give to students?
Maximum 700.
700 words maximum.
Yes, and
okay.
they need to make it 250, something like that, the summary.
Okay. And what about the capstone project that you talked about? Usually, what does it usually involve? What are students?
In the bachelor, okay, in the SEU, Saudi Electronic University, in the Department of English Language and Translation, the bachelor students submit a translation project. The minimum number of words are 5,000 كلمة. Yeah, and they are to choose an unpublished book, an untranslated book, or research, published research in the field. And of course, as supervisors, we help them find the unpublished books, the untranslated books with corresponding with publishing companies.
How does, you mentioned that course coordinators usually edit the evaluation tool. Can you give us an example of such kind of editing?
Exactly. When we designed the tools in the beginning, in the first batch in our department, in the program, we needed to have different tools, okay, according to different subjects, because each subject or each course actually has a specific purpose. Like the criteria for summary translation is different from the criteria for legal translation is different from or differs from the other subject, simultaneous interpretation. We have also a course of consecutive interpretation. So here comes the role of the coordinator to edit according to the course. The course outcomes.
Okay.
It happened actually, Doctora, it happened actually in the beginning of the program. But with each, you know, in the quality files, we add a part of how to improve. So here comes the role of the coordinator to, if he or she finds something to add value to the tool, here's the opportunity to edit or add. To ask.
Thank you very much. Dr. Shaina Saeed is asking about what's the use of having a course in summary translation?
Summary translation is really important and really demanded in the market. I'll give you one example. Summary translation actually is used a lot in consecutive interpretation. Sometimes the text is really long, or the speech is long in length. So the translator is responsible to summarize and give the brief, text, or speech, discourse to the reader. If she's asking, she asked about the benefit of it, or I don't know. I can't.
Actually, the question is
Why do we have it? Why do we
Why
need
do
to
we
teach
just
at
why do we have
undergrad?
it?
Why?
Yeah.
Why do we need to teach it at undergrad? Yes.
It's one of the subcategories of translation, and it's in several universities actually. I found it also in Princess Noura.
Okay, thank you very much. On behalf of the Linguistics and Translation Department at the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University, and on behalf of our audience, you had over 70 listeners. Dr. Nuha, thank you very much, Dr. Nuha Lawaidi, for being with us and informing us about the challenges and solutions in evaluating translation assignments. Thank you very much. And apologies for running a bit late. We are just, if you have just joined us, please, I'd like to welcome you all again on behalf of the Linguistics and Translation Department at the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University to our seminar today on translation teaching methods. We had quite an enlightening day and some keeping. We have a Twitter account which is posted for you on the chat board if you'd like to follow us to keep up with our latest events and activities. You will also receive your e-certificates around 2 weeks after the event, so kindly fill in the form and please post your questions in the Q&A section and I'll be delivering them to the speaker. And please be reminded the recordings will also be posted on our department's website. And for today, last but not the least, and Khatimatuha Misk in Arabic, I'm translating. Khatimatuha Misk is, we have a distinguished speaker who's an associate professor of translation studies at Hamad bin Khalifa University, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, where he teaches and supervises MA and PhD students. He also is a series editor of Routledge Studies in Arabic Translation. He obtained his PhD in Translation Studies from the University of Durham and his MA in Translation Studies from Westminster University. In addition to many articles he published in peer-reviewed journals, he is also the author, editor, and translator of several publications. His most recent publications include the Routledge course in Translation and Notation, Semantics for Translation Students, the Nuts and Bolts of Arabic English Translation, the Arabic English Translator as Photographer, and Reframing Realities Through Translation, and last, Translation as Set of Frames. So if you can all kindly join me to welcome our distinguished Dr. Ali Al-Manna, who is going to inform us about annotation as a translation teaching method. Dr. Ali, the floor is yours, and you are most welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Hala. And before starting, let me seize this opportunity to thank you all, the organizers and attendees, for making this possible, for having me with you today to touch on my own topic. I will share my own slides later because at the beginning, I would like to define the term annotation. Actually, it is worth mentioning that this lecture, annotation as a teaching method, I will rely on my book titled The Routledge Course in Translation Annotation, published by Routledge 2016, mainly chapter 3. So what is annotation? So we need to define the term annotation. Actually, annotation derives from the verb to annotate, which means to defend your own translation. We assume that you have already translated a text and now you are asked to annotate your own translation. You are asked to defend your own translation. In other words, you are asked to link translation theories, approaches, frameworks, models to the actual act of translating, to the actual work achieved by translators. So annotation comes after the act of translating. You finish your own translation, you put your own translation to bed. Now you start reflecting on your own translation. So in my opinion, annotation is one of the best teaching methods that can be used by teachers to teach translation theories, approaches, modules, and frameworks. Why? Because we are going to link those theories to the actual act of translating. Annotation for translation purposes is used to explain the decisions taken by you as a translator. In other words, annotation refers to the act of defending of your own translation. I've already mentioned that. So it seems that we talk about what? We talk about you have a lot of options and you have to slow down as a translator in order to reflect, and then you decide. So it is a form of reflection. And we talk about that you have a lot of options and you have to decide. In this case, we ask you to defend your own translation by showing your reader that you are fully aware of that particular local strategy adopted by you, and also you are fully aware of other options, but you have opted for that particular local strategy for a particular reason. And you should have a reason. So it seems that you should have options and then you should have a reason. And you have to show your reader, you have to tell your reader that reason. Now, the question that might be raised here, shall we annotate everything? Shall we annotate all our decisions? The answer is no. We need to distinguish between two types of features: obligatory features and optional features. Obligatory features involve choices that must be followed by you as a translator in order to satisfy the rules imposed by the target language system, without which the translation might be ungrammatical. So it seems that you don't have option, you have to follow those rules when we talk about those types of features, obligatory features. But also we have optional features, represent cases in which the translator can exercise real choice by deciding on one translation option rather than another or others, because sometimes you have more than one option. So you need to reflect, you need to slow down, and you decide. When we ask you to annotate, we ask you to link translation theories or a particular translation theory or approach to the actual act of translating. Now, another question. How would you annotate? Actually, annotation is a subjective exercise depending on the person and his or her competences. Our colleague, Dr. Abdul Hameed in the morning touched on those competences. So it depends on your own competence, linguistic competence, a translation competence, and so on and so forth. Therefore, it is a subjective exercise. But when we talk about annotation, when we try to explain annotation to our students, BA students, MA students, we normally provide them with a framework, but they don't have to follow. So translation students who have no experience in doing so and writing up their own annotation can follow this framework, but they don't have to. First, the first step that you have to do is that you need to state your local strategy by saying, I have translated this into this. That's it. I've translated this word, I've translated this sentence, I've translated this idiomatic expression into this. This is the first step. The second step is that tell your reader why you have opted for that local strategy. State the reason. If it is annotation, because normally in this book, I do distinguish between translation annotation and translation commentary. Commentary or comment when you comment on somebody's translation, but annotation when you defend your own translation. So state the reason if you can. State the type of the local strategy. I've translated this into this. Why? Because of this. And this is an example of. You need to be familiar with that theory. You need to be familiar with the terms. if you talk about the, let's say, shift theory, you need to be familiar with the types of shifts. This is an example of unit shift. What do you mean by unit shift? Elaborate if you can. So unit shift means, and then if it is a piece of research, we normally ask our students to annotate their own translation when they work on a project. So they have the right to rely on sources. So class shift means, and then what you inject your own writing with what is called external coherence. Refer to a source if you can. You elaborate. If you want to refer to another source by making connections among those sources. In this regard, somebody said, okay, in this respect, somebody holds, and this connection, somebody stated, and so on and so forth. This is how to annotate if you don't have experience to how to annotate your own translation. Let's consider this example, this simple sentence. Now, let me share my slides with you, because we need to have a look at that example. Okay, we have a sentence now. We have a simple sentence. Why? Because you have just one verb, one finite verb.
Dr. Ali, I'm sorry, can you please slideshow?
Again, please.
Can you slideshow? Yes, please.
Yes. Can you see the slides?
No, you need to click, I think, slideshow. Just click it, please. You were there, but you didn't click it. No, down. There is this sign for slideshow.
I cannot see it.
Okay, you can go to the top. There is file, home, insert, design, transitions, and then slideshow on top.
1 second, please.
Okay, sure.
This is a screen, and then we go to that one. Now, can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Can now see you.
Can you see it? You have up top slideshow, the word slideshow next to animate, or this one, yes. Oh, perfect.
Now,
yeah. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
yeah, we can see it now. Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So it was on purpose, because sometimes I face difficulty when I have it in that form. Anyhow, so we have a sentence now. You see, now I cannot read my own sentence. Anyhow, so she goes to school with her dad. What we have a sentence which is a simple sentence, because
عادة ما تذهب مع أبيها إلى المدرسة.
Now we translate.
Yeah. I'm
So,
reading it for you.
Oh, I can read it.
Okay.
She goes to school with her dad. It can be translated into عادة ما تذهب مع أبيها إلى المدرسة. Now, we have a sentence, we have a simple sentence. She goes to school with her dad. We can identify the grammatical forms injected into that verb. We can identify the tense. The tense is a present. What about the aspect? The aspect is simple. Now, when we translate into Arabic, which doesn't have a grammatical category of aspect, sometimes, not always, we find ourselves in a situation that we have to reflect that aspect. We have to reflect the frequency of the act of going to school with her dad as a matter of routine. How to reflect that? Sometimes we might add. So as a translator, I've already added عادة ما. I've added the phrase عادة ما to reflect the frequency of the act of. So what I have done is that I have translated a grammatical category in English aspect into lexical items. And this is an example of level shift, if I'm familiar with that theory. So I'm linking the actual act of translating to that theory. Anyhow, this is just the framework, local strategy. I have opted for the addition of the phrase عادة ما, usually. Now, the reason why, this is to make the text read smoothly on the one hand and lay more emphasis on the frequency of the action as a matter of routine. Elaborate if you can read. Now, refer to a source if you want, external reference, and so on. Now, of course, I think you are fully aware that we have a lot of theories and we cannot cover all those theories in one lecture. Therefore, I've selected some theories. I'll start with the shift theory proposed by Cartford, 1965, in his well-known book titled A Linguistic Theory of Translation. And the reason why I started that, because BA students enjoy this theory because it is easy. Now, I will have a lot of questions. How would you translate, for example, لديه سيارتان جديدتان ولكنه يريد أن يشتري الثالثة. So how would you translate سيارتان? You might go for he has 2 cars. So here I've translated the grammatical category of duality and muthanna into the lexical item 2. So it seems that I've translated the grammatical category into a lexical item. And this is an example of level shift according to this theory. So what is shift before we start talking about the types of shifts? Actually, shift, according to Cartford, refers to any departure from formal correspondence in the process of moving from one language to another language, and the process of translating between the interfacing languages. So any departure from formal correspondence, you can have an example of shift. And he classified them into 2 types, level shift and category shift. I've already started with the first type, level shift, when you translate a grammatical category into a lexical item or more than one lexical item. How would you translate? لديه سيارتان. He has 2 cars. This is an example. I've translated this into this, and this is an example of level shift. What do you mean by level shift? Elaborate, please, as a student. How would you translate فرحت? How would you translate حزنت? How would you translate تشاءمت? How would you translate أفلست الشركة? Now we have an example. فرحت كثيرا البارحة عندما عاد أخي من السفر. So how would you translate فرحت? The majority of our students will go for I felt happy. Now we can raise that question. Can our students identify the word level category of happy? It is an adjective. Can you identify the word level category of فرحة? It is a verb. So it seems that we have translated a verb into an adjective. And this is an example of a class shift according to that theory. When we translate a verb into an adjective, when we translate an adjective into an adverb, when we translate a verb into a noun, and so on and so forth. Now, how would you translate سألني المدرس سؤالا صعبا في القاعة أمس? How would you translate سألني المدرس? Who is the asker? Let's identify the semantic role. Who is the asker? المدرس. Now you might go for, I said you might go for, I was asked a question, a difficult question. I was asked a difficult question. Now again, the same question. Who is the asker? Again, the teacher. So it seems we have reflected the meaning, but we decided to change the style. So in other words, we have translated a sentence in the active form into a sentence in the passive form. And this is an example of structure shift according to Cartford and his theory. Now, if you don't mind, let me go back to the way that I like.
Sure, Dr. Ali, sure.
Yeah, can you see? Okay. Now, how would you translate تناهى إلى مسامعي قبل أيام أنك قررت السفر إلى بريطانيا. I'll repeat. How would you translate تناهى إلى مسامعي? We have 3 words. You might go for I heard, 1 word. So what we have an example of unit shift or rank shift, because we have translated 3 words into 1 word. How would you translate the lexical item السفر? أنك قررت السفر. You decided to travel. Again, we have an example of class shift because we have translated a noun into a verb. يحق للمرأة في سلطنة عمان أن تقود سيارته. Let's concentrate on the word al-mar'a. Let's concentrate on the noun phrase al-mar'a, which is in the singular form, but it refers to all women in that country. In other words, it is characterized by multiplicity when we talk about the quantity of that matter typically expressed by that noun phrase. Now, as a translator, you might go for women, plural. This is an example of intra-system shift. Okay, now, how would you translate, I will do my best, don't worry, she says. I will repeat, I will do my best, don't worry, she says. She says, we have says. What is the tense? The tense is present. What is the aspect? The aspect is simple. So we have a combination of tense and aspect. We have a combination of simple present. Now let's translate. I think you might go for قالت. You go for past. Again, we have an example of intra-system. If you go for قالت إنها ستسافر عفوا قالت إنها ستبذل قصارى جهدها, and you delete, don't worry. We have two types of shift. First, we have translated he says into قالت, which is an example of intra-system shift. And also we have structure shift because you have changed the mode of narration from direct into indirect, in addition to omission. So this is how to link any theory to the actual act of translating. We explain that to our students, and it depends on the theory. Sometimes just in half an hour, sometimes no, we need more lectures, and then we ask them to annotate. Translate the text, please, and try to refer to that theory. Try to defend your own translation by referring to that theory. Now, let me show you an example here. So we have an example taken from a BA students project from Nazwa University in Oman. Over the last few months, there has been a concerted effort in the singular form by, there's a verb here, deleted, by several senior global politicians to give, we have a verb to give, a new name to the group known as ISIS or Islamic State. We have ISIS before Islamic State. The translator, here we have the translation proposed by one of our students. وفي غضون الأشهر القليلة الماضية كانت هنالك جهود. So she decided to translate the word, the lexical item effort, which is in the singular form, into juhud, which is in the plural form. And this is an example of intra-system shift. Also, she decided to add the verb deleted. And also she decided to change the structure from passive to active. In addition to that, also she translated to give into لصياغة, into a noun. And this is an example of class shift. Let's read what she said here. This is the first point. As can be seen in the proof example, I have translated the passive form expressed by an implicit verb such as exerted into active form, بدلها in Arabic. This is an example of structure shift according to Catford 1965. Structure shift according to Catford, and this is the source, involves, and then this is the definition. Added to that, to ensure, she talks about readability and acceptability that feed into naturalness. Added to that, to ensure readability and acceptability, I've translated the verb to give into the noun siyaga. This is an example of class shift according to Catford. Class shift or shifts occur when a source language item is translated into a target language item which belongs to a different grammatical class. Source, academic writing. Now, we have the third point. Further, again, for the sake of readability, I have translated an effort, which is in the singular form, into juhud. This is an example of intra-system shift according to Catford, and so on and so forth. This is how to link translation theories to the actual act of translating, by encouraging your students to annotate, by encouraging them to link, the translation theories, approaches, frameworks, modules to the actual work achieved by them as translators. And also you encourage them to write academically. Now, we have another example taken from a BA students project from Sohar University in Oman. Let's concentrate on perfectly. How would you translate the word perfectly, this complex word? We have it twice. How would you translate upset? How would you translate an adult in the singular form? So you see here, على نحو تام, 3 words. بصورة صحيحة. Upset, ينزعجون, verb, adjective into a verb. An adult, singular, البالغون. And look at the intonation here. I translated the verb perfectly into the prepositional phrase على نحو تام and بصورة صحيحة. This is to live up the reason. This is to live up to the target language readers' expectations. This is an example of unit shift. According to Catford, unit shift occurs and you define unit shift if this is the first time. If this is the second time, there's no need, you can refer to the previous point. Number 2, here, for the sake of readability, acceptability, I translated the adjective upset into the verbal sentence ينزعجون. This is an example of a combination of unit shift where a word was translated into a sentence and a class shift where an adjective was translated into a verb in a sentence. Of course, our students at that time had a supervisor, and I was the supervisor. Therefore, I encourage them, please touch on that, please believe that, yes, it is correct, it is a combination, and so on and so forth. And now let's move to talk about another theory. Imaging systems. Each and every person has 4 imaging systems, namely configurational system, attentional system, perspectival system, and force dynamic system. In this lecture, due to time limitations, I will concentrate on the first imaging system, which is configurational system, النظام التصويري. I will explain that system in 2 minutes by using these 2 complex sentences. كنت أشاهد التلفاز كثيرا عندما كنت صغيرا. كنت أشاهد التلفاز, the same grammatical form on purpose. عندما جاء صديقي ليزورني البارحة. Let's start with the first sentence. كنت أشاهد التلفاز كثيرا عندما كنت طفلا أو كنت صغيرا. Doesn't matter. Here, by virtue of عندما كنت طفلا or عندما كنت صغيرا, the act of watching in the process of behaving, to borrow terms from Holiday, is drawn out over a period of time. Is it short or long? Actually, it is long. So the process of behaving expressed by the verb أشاهد, to watch, is drawn out over a long period of time. And this is the first category in the first imaging system, which is configurational system. I'm talking about the first category, which is degree of extension. So the act is drawn out. Here, we don't talk about minutes or hours, but rather we talk about years. كنت أشاهد التلفاز كثيرا عندما كنت طفلا. Okay, again, we don't talk about one act of watching, but rather we talk about a series of acts. You watch for 1 hour, half an hour, 3 hours, and you fall asleep. And the following day, you watch for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. So it seems that we talk about a series of acts. Therefore, the act of watching and the process of behaving is characterized by multiplicity. When we talk about the quantity of the action expressed by the verb, when we talk about the quantity is made up of more than one element, more than one act of watching. This is the second category in the first imaging system, which is called plexity, whether it is multiplexity or uniplexity. And also, the act of watching and the process of behaving is not internally continuous, but it is characterized by having interruptions and breaks. You watch and you fall asleep, you watch and you take a break. And this is the third category, which is called the state of dividedness. So in order to annotate by using that theory, you have to be familiar with these terms. Therefore, as a teacher, you have to spend some time explaining that theory by providing your students with examples, and then you ask them, please use that theory to defend your own translation. Okay.
Dr. Ali, sorry for interrupting you, but you have 5 more minutes, please.
Now, if we compare the first sentence with the second sentence, كنت أشاهد التلفاز عندما جاء صديقي ليزورني البارحة. Again, the act of watching in the process of behaving is drawn out over a short period of time. Here we talk about minutes. Okay, this is the degree of extension. And we talk about one act of watching. كنت أشاهد التلفاز عندما جاء صديقي. So it is one act. Therefore, the act of watching in the second sentence, by virtue of the grammatical forms, by virtue of the content specifications, is characterized by uniplexity when we talk about the quantity, whether it is made up of one element or more than one element. Okay, and also the act of watching is characterized by internally continuous, without having breaks or interruptions. So this is the imaging systems, or this is the first imaging system, which is called configurational system. Now let's have a look at these examples. قال الشيخ سعيد وهو يرمي. Okay, here what we have the act of saying, in the process of saying, and the verbal process occurred in the middle of the process of doing, expressed by the verb يرمي. قال الشيخ سعيد وهو يرمي. So there is no time lapse, another category. But unfortunately, the translators, our colleagues, Dr. Ronak Husni and Dr. Daniel Newman, translated this sentence into he threw and said. So in the target text, the process of saying expressed by the verb to say occurred shortly after the process of doing expressed by the verb to throw, thus changing the mental image. In addition to that, the act of throwing, according to that grammatical form, قال الشيخ سعيد وهو يرمي, is characterized by multiplicity, because we talk about more than one act. وهو يرمي, how many times? But unfortunately, in the target text, no, it was reduced to be seen as a point on the timeline. I will speed up because I have a lot of examples and I have just 3 minutes. Another example here, taken from the well-known writer Mahmoud Abdul Hameed. كان يتفرس في وجهها وهي تشرب الشاي بجرعات كبيرة وبعينين نصف مغمضتين تدفع، meaning كانت تدفع، وراء كتفها خصلة من شعرها كانت تندس في فم الكوب كلما حاولت أن تشرب. This is my own translation, therefore this is my own annotation. And this example, by virtue of the grammatical forms and content specification used, كان يتفرس, كانت تندس, there is an implicit كان before the verb تدفع, كانت تدفع. As such, by the effect of this implicit كان, not only is the process of doing expressed by the verb تدفع drawn out over a short period of time, we talk about degree of extension, but it is characterized by multiplicity when we talk about the quantity, whether it is made up of more than one element or just one element. Actually, it is more than one bush. كانت تدفع كلما حاولت تشرب. And when we talk about the state of dividedness, the act of pushing and the process of doing is characterized by being internally continuous, not internally continuous. Okay, why? Because you have breaks. You push it and you take a rest. You push it and you take a rest. This is how to use the theory and how to defend. If I have time, and then I will move to touch on the third theory. If I don't have time, I will stop here. The third theory that I would like to touch on, if you give me time, just 2-3 minutes, I will touch on the appraisal.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Go ahead, finish. Yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
this is the third theory that I would like to share with you, appraisal theory proposed by Martin White, 2005. And when we try to translate attitudes. So first, what is an attitude? Actually, attitude refers to the feeling that you have or the opinion that you have about somebody or about something. If it is about somebody, then we have judgment that can be translated into Arabic as al-hukm. But if it is about something, then we have an example of appreciation that can be translated into at-taqdir. An attitude is made up of 3 main elements, in effect, that I translate into al-ta'athur, judgment, al-hukm, and appreciation, at-taqdir. We have examples here. I felt happy. So ash'uru bis-sa'adati, we don't have any problem with that. But she's a strong girl. Now, if I ask you to remove the word strong, to remove the evaluative word strong, we're going to have she is a girl. We're going to change what is evaluative to non-evaluative. And it is difficult to figure out the language user's attitude towards the girl, whether negative or positive, without relying on the context or facial expressions. It is a boring lecture. Again, if we remove the word boring by accident on purpose, we are going to change the evaluative language to non-evaluative language. Appraisal as a theory is made up of 3 main semantic systems, namely an attitude, I've already mentioned that, engagement, al-musharaka, when you refer to other sources. According to Bachtin, text can be classified into 2 main types: monoglossic, uhadi al-sawt, when you as a writer, as a speaker, you rely on yourself only without using any source. Or heteroglossic, muta'addid al-aswat, when you refer to somebody says, so it is not my own words. Sometimes you endorse, sometimes you distance yourself from that attributed material, and so on and so forth. Now, graduation, how those attitudes are graded. Are you going to scale it up or scale it down? And it is important when you translate to maintain the language user's attitude. We have an example here. You see here, Syrian democratic forces have made good progress. So we have evaluative word here that should be reflected in the target language. Within the town, we have the town, which is a scaled down version of the lexical item city. But we have the indicator of counter expectancy. But they are encountering some resistance from the ISIS fighters. This despite the constant evaluative word, but the translator decided not to translate this word, unfortunately. So here the whole scene, by virtue of the grammatical forms and the content specifications, is characterized by having a false dynamic value of forcing the Syrian democratic forces who tend to carry on making more progress, not to make progress. This is the fourth imaging system, force dynamic system. The translator reflected this, but he or she decided not to translate the evaluative word, the important word, constant. Actually, without translating this word, we are not sure if the process of doing expressed implicitly by the compound complex word strikes is drawn out over a period of time or not. Therefore, the translator has changed the mental image in addition to scaling down the language user's attitude. However, the translator managed to deal with the evaluative word good when translating into jayidan, indicator of counter expectancy, and the lexical item town, which is a scaled down version of city when opting for Balda rather than Medina. Thanks for listening, and back to you, Dr.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Ali. That was really enlightening. Thank you very much. And I have a couple of questions for you from Mr. Abdul Aziz Sawi. He's asking, can we say that annotated translation is the same as translation commentary?
Yeah, I mean, these days, people use these two terms as synonyms. So you can say annotation, you can say commentary, but in my own book, I try to distinguish between commentary or comment and annotation. Just to make it clear for my own readers, annotation when you annotate your own translation, when you defend your own translation, but commentary or comment in that book, when you comment on somebody else's translation. The translator has translated this into this, and the main reason could be because you are not sure, and you carry on. But these days, no, they use these two terms as synonyms. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And another question, what's the difference between the analysis and the annotation?
Yeah, I mean, analysis is part of annotation. As a translator, when we talk about the process of translation at its macro level, we normally divide it into three main stages. The first stage, the most important one, you have to understand. Because if you don't understand, you fail to translate, or you may mistranslate. So you have to do your best to analyze the text from different perspectives, syntactically, semantically, and so on. But annotation is when you finish your own translation. So you reflect on your own translation. Again, you go back and you analyze the text again. You might change it, you might keep it. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Sneem Al-Mawas, I think she says that you mentioned that we have to refer to the theory when we annotate. Is there a recommended, or are there any recommended papers or books, even of your own, that you can recommend for her as a reference, please?
I mean, annotation these days, universities are using this book, and it is available PDF in the PDF format. And if just ask me, I would send a PDF. And normally use that book, and the publisher, because Routledge felt it is important, they decided to have a website for the book, not for me. So for questions for teachers, questions for students, and so on and so forth. But normally, in particular, when we have, let's say, an MA project, we encourage and we put pressure on our students, they have to refer to theories. So it is not just a matter, no, I like this I translated this into this because I like it. No, you need what you need. Normally, when I was at Sahara University, I put pressure on my students to narrow down their own area. Yes, yes, instead of annotating everything, no, please, you should have a research question. And you should have a theory or two theories. I will annotate my own translation by referring to this theory or these two theories or that classification only. And by doing so, you should have a literature review.
Okay, thank you. Do you mind, Dr. Ali, sharing your email with the audience? They're asking for your. Okay, it's already.
I have shared it though.
Okay, Dr. Dina has already shared it. Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question now. When we come to our classroom and we are assessing students now, back to assessment, do you put annotation as part of your rubrics? If a student, for example, does not explain why she chose or he chose a certain, is it part of the rubrics?
No, it depends on the course itself. If you, as a teacher, decided to have that part, annotation, in your own course, then that's it. But you should have rubric for annotation, which is different from the rubric for translation. Translation, you have certain elements that should be reflected. Okay, but so it depends on the course. Yeah, I do normally encourage students to translate and also write your own annotation, but annotation is different from translation. Annotation is academic writing. If you want to be a writer, we encourage you to carry on digging deeper, translation theories, modular approaches, and so on. Yeah.
So you have a special rubrics for annotation when you're teaching. Yeah. Dr. Abdul Hameed,
have you, for example, have you reflected, have you mentioned the local strategy in your annotation? Have you mentioned the reason? If it is difficult, sometimes we feel it is difficult. Yeah, okay, we ignore it. Have you referred to a source? Have you elaborated? Is it correct? Because sometimes you said it is an example of, let's say, a class shift, which is not a class shift, which is wrong. Yeah, and so on. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for this really enlightening presentation. And we've come to the end of our seminar today on translation teaching methods. And on behalf of the Department of Linguistics and Translation at the College of Humanities and Sciences at Prince Sultan University, I'd like to thank all our 4 speakers this afternoon. Dr. Asma Al-Kunayer from Qasim University, who really presented to us 2 useful tools for enhancing students' critical thinking via using Blackboard to help them enhance their translation skills. Our also thanks go to Mr. Sneem Al-Ashqar from the job market, from Tarjama, who highlighted for us the value of training students on the use of machine translation, and Dr. Nuha Lawaidi from the Saudi Electronic University, who gave us practical examples. First of all, she gave us the theoretical information about the different evaluation tools used in the industry and used in the academia. And finally, she showed us practical examples from her own courses. And last but not the least, Dr. Ali Al-Manna, who enlightened us on the value of adding annotations to our translation as a form of giving rationale or justification as to why we chose a certain translation form. Thank you all to our distinguished speakers and to our attendees. We've had quite a good number, almost 100 attendees today, which is great, especially on a Saturday when people are supposedly having the weekend. And the Department of Linguistics and Translation would really love to thank you and look forward to having you in the future and future collaboration, inshallah. Thank you all so very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.